December 12th, 2023 board meeting to order. Ms. Dance, all board members are here. Mr. Wooten must have stepped out, but he'll be back in just a second. But we do have a quorum. We will begin the night with the invocation by Mr. Johnston and the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Tippett.
Dear Heavenly Father, we ask your blessings as we make decisions that impact our children, and we humble ourselves and ask for your wisdom and guidance. Lord, as the holidays approach, please watch over our children, students, staff, and families until they safely return in January. We pray, Lord, if one does not know you, they come to know you through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
After joy wings around our pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I move that the meeting closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318, 11A1, 3, 5, 6, and 8 to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel files under General Statute 115C-321 to consider matters relating to initial employment of an individual employee, to discuss school safety plans and emergency responses, and to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Wooten. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? 7-0. Thank you. We are now in closed session.
Some students at Johnston County got a little bit dirty today while fundraising.
Clayton Middle School hosted the fundraiser event, the Color Games. This is so fun. Their goal is to raise money to get collaboration labs on all grade level hallways. The event included a pep rally, games, and other creative activities. If you couldn't tell, it also included lots and lots of color. Principal Sandra Morris also got in on the fun. She was wrapped in toilet paper and covered in color powder. I've done a color run before.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really a run. You just well, you run from station to station just to get color all over you like this, but it's really fun.
When I got in Cornhole High School, I was there as a custodian. And I just ran into so many positive male figures in that building because growing up I had none. And so to run into the principal at that time, assistant principals, and teachers in there, I had some positive figures that I could pattern my life after. And they were doing some great things, not only in the school, but in the community. And I was like, this is something I want to do. And those men started pouring into me, and I started telling them, this is what I want to do. And they pushed me even more. If you know who I am, you know I have a big smile, I have a big voice, and everywhere I go, I want to make sure that I put my hand out and just appreciate every staff member I run across. Every day I say thank you, I appreciate you. Whatever you need me to do, I'm there to support you. And I'm motivated by staff members every day. I'm going by their classroom, what do you need? Is there anything I can do for you today? That is my way of supporting them and inspiring them to be the best they can be. But there was a guy in that building named Johnston. He was the band director at Smithfield Middle School. And he's the one that introduced me to music on a corporate level in a group setting. And so I was in the band over there, and he's the one that told me to keep it up when I got to high school. My creativity comes through music. And I think that's really pushed me and helped me out through all my studies because of that creativity. I'm not done yet. I got bigger fish to fry. I'm enjoying what I'm doing now. It has been very rewarding for me. Johnston County has opened so many doors for me. And I'm just continuing my process and my progress to be the best me I can be. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to change the bloodline of my community.
May today be the beginning for a future generation, current and future generation of students at Triple S, for this to be a place of learning, of enjoyment and fellowship that will enhance your lives for the years to come, just as this facility behind me has enhanced my life.
This is indeed a day for celebration, a day that marks a significant step forward for our school and our community. It's a moment of great pride, and I'm honored to stand before you to mark this milestone. The construction of this auxiliary gym has been a long cherished dream for our school. Our current gym is great, but what an addition. Its construction is a testament to our district's commitment to providing the best possible our students and our athletes.
First of all, this wouldn't have happened without the great partnership that the Johnston County Commissioners have with the Johnston County Public School System. And that's why we're partners in this as we move forward, always partners. We're not done yet, and we're going to move forward, continue to build schools until every single child is out of the mobile classroom.
I want to thank everybody for making this day possible. And folks, this is a special place. It's a beautiful school with wonderful students and children, and you can feel the history. I can feel the history when I walk down these halls. Anybody that's around me for a little while knows I like to talk about academics and the importance of academic success. But I'm smart enough to know that well-rounded children perform well academically. And absolutely athletics helps to make a well-rounded student.
With this gymnasium, we have laid a strong foundation for the future. I can't wait to see all the amazing achievements that will take place within these walls.
Now, Positively Carolina.
So typically, a drop-in visit by your boss is not really something that you want to see happen. But for kids in one Johnston County school, they love every second of it.
Students at Riverwood Elementary got a surprise visit from the superintendent of Johnston County Schools and several other school leaders. The school district says these visits have become the norm as they work to encourage and support students to try and meet the district's goals, which is to have all schools obtaining a school letter grade of an A, B, or C by the end of the 2023-2024 school year. The district has only 8 schools left to meet that goal. And I feel bad saying this, but at their age, I would have had no idea who the superintendent was.
You know what? That's probably true.
I didn't even knew the principal of the school until 3rd grade when I got sick for the first time.
Also, a good reason why you cannot be acting up in class, because you never know who's going to just drop by.
You just never know.
Works is such an awesome event for our 8th graders. As a former high school CTE teacher and now middle school principal, to be able to expose our 8th graders to an event like this and to possible careers that they may be interested in the future before they're looking at what classes they want to take in high school, it's so important.
It's imperative that we work with these students, we get them in, we train these students, and get them that career field in the future. And just the feel of everybody coming together for a wonderful event. Something that no one else is doing across the state, no other community college is doing. JCC is on the cutting edge of doing that.
8th grade is a pivotal year for students to begin exploring their careers. They are getting ready to enter high school, where they will select classes based on what they think they want to be when they grow up, and they really don't know. So this event is designed to give them experiences to help them think about all the opportunities right here in Johnston County, what that educational pathway is, and what income potential might be.
We want to bring our young people up in this county and showcase what this county has to offer them once they move on with their educational path. I absolutely love the event personally. I tell everybody that comes to volunteer, you're going to love it. You're going to be exhausted when you get home, and you'll want to come back and do it again the next day. And we do. We're thrilled to be a part of it every year.
It really did open my eyes on how many career paths I could choose to do, and that there isn't just like a couple at the back of my head. I really did. I found out that I wanted to be in the medical field by the CTE program.
JOCA Works is a career expo for Johnston County Public School students, mostly for 8th graders who are about to enter high school and needing to make some decisions about what courses they take and what CTE career pathways, other electives, and core courses they want to take in high school. Our mission in career and technical education is that every Johnston County Public School student graduates with a plan for what they want to do after high school and the knowledge, skills, and aptitudes to make that a reality. This event plays a significant role in helping to achieve that mission.
So students at Johnston County got a little bit dirty today while fundraising.
Clayton Middle School hosted the fundraiser event, the Color Games. This is so fun. Their goal is to raise money to get collaboration labs on all grade level hallways. The event included a pep rally, games, and other creative activities. If you couldn't tell, it also included lots and lots of color. Principal Sandra Morris also got in on the fun. She was wrapped in toilet paper and covered in color powder. I've done a color run before.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really a run. You just like, well, you run from station to station just to get color all over you like this, but it's really fun.
When I got to Cornholder High School, I was there as a custodian. And I just ran into so many positive male figures in that building because growing up I had none. And so to run into the principal at that time, the assistant principal, some teachers in there, I had some positive figures that I could pattern my life like that. And they were doing some great things, not only in the school, but in the community. And I was like, no, this is something I want to do. And those men started pouring into me, and I started telling them, this is what I want to do. And they pushed me even more. If you know who I am, you know I have a big smile, I have a big voice, and everywhere I go, I want to make sure that I put my hand out and just appreciate every staff member I run across. Every day I say, thank you, I appreciate you. Whatever you need me to do, I'm there to support you. And I'm motivated by staff members every day. I'm going by the classroom, what do you need, is there anything I can do for you today? That is my way of supporting them and inspiring them to be the best they can be. But there was a guy in that building named Johnston. He was the band director at Smithfield Middle School. And he's the one that introduced me to music on a corporate level in a group setting. And so I was in the band over there, and he's the one that introduced, told me to keep it up until I got to the high school. My creativity comes through music. And I think that's really pushed me and helped me out through all my studies because of that creativity. I'm not done yet. I got bigger fish to fry. I'm enjoying what I'm doing now. It has been very rewarding for me. Johnston County has opened so many doors for me. And I'm just continuing my process and my progress to be the best me I can be. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to change the blood of my community.
May today be the beginning for a future generation, current and future generation of students at Triple S, for this to be a place of learning, of enjoyment and fellowship that will enhance your lives for the years to come, just as this facility behind me has enhanced my life.
This is indeed a day for celebration, a day that marks a significant step forward for our school and our community. It's a moment of great pride, and I'm honored to stand before you to mark this milestone. The construction of this auxiliary gym has been a long cherished dream for our school. Our current gym is great, but what an addition. Its construction is a testament to our district's commitment to providing the best possible facilities for our students and our athletes.
First of all, this wouldn't have happened without the great partnership that the Johnston County Commissioners have with the Johnston County Public School System. And that's why we're partners as we move forward, always been partners. We're not done yet, and we're going to move forward and continue to build schools until every single child is out of a mobile classroom.
I want to thank everybody for making this day possible. And folks, this is a special place. It's a beautiful school with wonderful students and children, and you can feel the history. I can feel the history when I walk down these halls. Anybody that's around me for a little while knows I like to talk about academics and the importance of academic success. But I'm smart enough to know that well-rounded children perform well academically. And absolutely athletics helps to make a well-rounded student.
With this gymnasium, we have laid a strong foundation for the future. I can't wait to see all the amazing achievements that will take place within these walls.
Now, Positively Carolina.
So typically, a drop-in visit by your boss is not really something that you want to see happen. But for kids in one Johnston County school, they love every second of it.
Students at Riverwood Elementary got a surprise visit from the superintendent of Johnston County Schools and several other school leaders. The school district says these visits have become the norm as they work to encourage and support students to try and meet the district's goals, which is to have all schools obtaining a school letter grade of an A, B, or C by the end of the 2023-2024 school year. The district has only 8 schools left to meet that goal. And I feel bad saying this, but at their age, I would have had no idea who the superintendent was.
You know what? That's probably true.
I didn't even knew the principal of the school until 3rd grade when I got sent for the first time.
So a good reason why you cannot be acting up in class, because you never know who's going to just drop by.
You just never know.
Works is such an awesome event for our 8th graders. As a former high school CTE teacher and now middle school principal, to be able to expose our 8th graders to an event like this and to possible careers that they may be interested in the future before they're looking at what classes they want to take in high school. It's so important.
It's imperative that we work with these students, we get them in, we train these students, and get them that career field in the future. And just the feel of everybody coming together for a wonderful event. Something that no one else is doing across the state, no other community college is doing. JCC is on the cutting edge of doing that.
8th grade is a pivotal year for students to begin exploring their careers. They are getting ready to enter high school, where they will select classes based on what they think they want to be when they grow up, and they really don't know. So this event is designed to give them experiences to help them think about all the opportunities right here in Johnston County, what that educational pathway is, and what income potential might be.
We want to bring our young people up in this county and showcase what this county has to offer them once they move on with their educational path. I absolutely love the event personally. I tell everybody that comes to volunteer, you're going to love it. You're going to be exhausted when you get home, and you'll want to come back and do it again the next day. And we do. We're thrilled to be a part of it every year.
It really did open my eyes on how many career paths I could choose to do, and that there isn't just like a couple at the back of my head. I really did. I found out that I wanted to be in the medical field by the CTE program.
JOCA Works is a career expo for Johnston County Public School students, mostly for 8th graders who are about to enter high school and needing to make some decisions about what courses they take and what CTE career pathways, other electives, and core courses they want to take in high school. Our mission in career and technical education is that every Johnston County Public School student graduates with a plan for what they want to do after high school and the knowledge, skills, and aptitudes to make that a reality. This event plays a significant role in helping to achieve that mission.
So students in Johnston County got a little bit dirty today while fundraising.
Clayton Middle School hosted the fundraiser event, the Color Games. This is so fun. Their goal is to raise money to get collaboration labs on all grade level hallways. The event included a pep rally, games, and other creative activities. If you couldn't tell, it also included lots and lots of color. Principal Sandra Morris also got in on the fun. She was wrapped in toilet paper and covered in color powder. I've done a color run before.
Yeah.
And it's not really a run. You run from station to station just to get color all over you like this, but it's really fun.
When I got in Cornhole High School, I was there as a custodian. And I just ran into so many positive male figures in that building because growing up I had none. And so to run into the principal at that time, the assistant principal, some teachers in there, I had some positive figures that I could pattern my life after. And they were doing some great things, not only in the school, but in the community. And I was like, no, this is something I want to do. And those men started coming to me, and I started telling them, this is what I want to do. And they pushed me even more. If you know who I am, you know I have a big smile, I have a big voice, and everywhere I go, I want to make sure that I put my hand out and just appreciate every staff member I run across. Every day I say, thank you, I appreciate you. Whatever you need, I need me to do, I'm there to support you. And I'm motivating my staff members every day. I'm going by their classroom, what do you need, is there anything I can do for you today? That is my way of supporting them and inspiring them to be the best they can be. But there was a guy in that building named John Winner. He was the band director at Smithfield Middle School. And he's the one that introduced me to music on a corporate level in a group setting. And so I was in the band over there, and he's the one that told me to keep it up when I got to high school. My creativity comes through music, and I think that's really pushed me and helped me out through all my studies because of that creativity. I'm not done yet. I got bigger fish to fry. I'm enjoying what I'm doing now. It has been very rewarding for me. Johnston County has opened so many doors for me, and I just continue my process and my progress to be the best me I can be, and that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to change the bloodline of my community.
May today be the beginning for a future generation, current and future generation of students at Triple S, for this to be a place of learning, of enjoyment and fellowship that will enhance your lives for the years to come, just as this facility behind me has enhanced my life.
This is indeed a day for celebration, a day that marks a significant step forward for our school and our community. It's a moment of great pride, and I'm honored to stand before you to mark this milestone. The construction of this auxiliary gym has been a long cherished dream for our school. Our current gym is great, but what an addition. Its construction is a testament to our district's commitment to providing the best possible facilities for our students and our athletes.
First of all, this wouldn't have happened without the great partnership that the Johnston County Commissioners have with the Johnston County Public School System. And that's why we're partners as we move forward, always partners. We're not done yet, and we're going to move forward and continue to build schools until every single child is out of a mobile classroom.
I want to thank everybody for making this day possible. And folks, this is a special place. It's a beautiful school with wonderful students and children, and you can feel the history. I can feel the history when I walk down these halls. Anybody that's around me for a little while knows I like to talk about academics and the importance of academic success. But I'm smart enough to know that well-rounded children perform well academically. And absolutely athletics helps to make a well-rounded student.
With this gymnasium, we have laid a strong foundation for the future. I can't wait to see all the amazing achievements that will take place within these walls.
Now, Positively Carolina.
So typically, a drop-in visit by your boss is not really something that you want to see happen. But for kids in one Johnston County school, they love every second of it.
Students at Riverwood Elementary got a surprise visit from the superintendent of Johnston County Schools and several other school leaders. The school district says these visits have become the norm as they work to encourage and support students to try and meet the district's goals, which is to have all schools obtaining a school letter grade of an A, B, or C by the end of the 2023-2024 school year. The district has only 8 schools left to meet that goal. And I feel bad saying this, but at their age, I would have had no idea who the superintendent was.
You know what? That's probably true.
I didn't even know the principal of the school until 3rd grade when I got sick the first time.
Also a good reason why you cannot be acted up in class if you never know when to drop by.
You just never know.
This is such an awesome event for our 8th graders. As a former high school CTE teacher and now middle school principal, to be able to expose our 8th graders to an event like this and to possible careers that they may be interested in the future before they're looking at what classes they want to take in high school. It's so important.
It's imperative that we work with these students, we get them in, we train these students, and get them that career field in the future. And just the feel of everybody coming together for a wonderful event. Something that no one else is doing across the state, no other community college is doing. JCC is on the cutting edge of doing that.
8th grade is a pivotal year for students to begin exploring their careers. They are getting ready to enter high school, where they will select classes based on what they think they want to be when they grow up, and they really don't know. So this event is designed to give them experiences to help them think about, all the opportunities right here in Johnston County, what that educational pathway is, and what income potential might be.
We want to bring our young people up in this county and showcase what this county has to offer them once they move on with their educational path. I absolutely love the event personally. I tell everybody that comes to volunteer, you're going to love it. You're going to be exhausted when you get home, and you'll want to come back and do it again the next day. And we do. We're thrilled to be a part of it every year.
did open my eyes on how many career paths I could choose to do, and that there isn't just like a couple at the back of my head. I really did. I found out that I wanted to be in the medical field by the CTE program.
JOCA Works is a career expo for Johnston County Public School students, mostly for 8th graders who are about to enter high school and needing to make some decisions about what courses they take and what CTE career pathways, other electives, and core courses they want to take in high school. Our mission in career and technical education is that every Johnston County Public School student graduates with a plan for what they want to do after high school and the knowledge, skills, and aptitudes to make that a reality. This event plays a significant role in helping to achieve that mission.
So students at Johnston County got a little bit dirty today while fundraising.
Clayton Middle School hosted the fundraiser event, the Color Games. This is so fun. Their goal is to raise money to get collaboration labs on all grade level hallways. The event included a pep rally, games, and other creative activities. If you couldn't tell, it also included lots and lots of color. Principal Sandra Morris also got in on the fun. She was wrapped in toilet paper and covered in color powder. I've done a color run before.
Yeah.
It's not really a run. You run from station to station just to get color all over you like this, but it's really fun.
When I got in Cornholder High School, I was there as a custodian. And I just ran into so many positive male figures in that building. Because growing up, I had none. And so to run into the principal at that time, the assistant principals and some teachers in there, I had some positive figures that I could pattern my life like. And they were doing some great things, not only in the school, but in the community. And I'm like, no, this is something I want to do. And those men started pointing to me, and I started telling them, this is what I want to do. And they pushed me even more. If you know who I am, you know I have a big smile, I have a big voice, and everywhere I go, I want to make sure that I put my hand out and just appreciate every staff member I run across. Every day I say, thank you, I appreciate you. Whatever you need, I need me to do, I'm there to support you. And I'm motivating my staff members every day. I'm going by their classroom, what you need, is anything I can do for you today. That is my way of supporting them and inspiring them to be the best they can be. But there was a guy in that building named John Doc Winner. He was the band director at Smithfield Middle School. And he's the one that introduced me to music on a corporate level in a group setting. And so I was in the band over there, and he's the one that told me to keep it up when I got to the high school. My creativity comes through music. And I think that's really pushed me and helped me out through all my studies because of that creativity. I'm not done yet. I got bigger fish to fry. I'm enjoying what I'm doing now. It has been very rewarding for me. Johnston County has opened so many doors for me. And I just continue my process and my progress to be the best me I can be. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to change the bloodline of my community.
May today be the beginning for a future generation, current and future generation of students at Triple S, for this to be a place of learning, of enjoyment and fellowship that will enhance your lives for the years to come, just as this facility behind me has enhanced my life.
This is indeed a day for celebration, a day that marks a significant step forward for our school and our community. It's a moment of great pride, and I'm honored to stand before you to mark this milestone. The construction of this auxiliary gym has been a long cherished dream for our school. Our current gym is great, but what an addition. Its construction is a testament to our district's commitment to providing the best possible facilities for our students and our athletes.
First of all, this wouldn't have happened without the great partnership that the Johnston County Commissioners have with the Johnston County Public School System. And that's why we're partners as we move forward, always partners. We're not done yet, and we're going to move forward and continue to build schools until every single child is out of the mobile classroom.
I want to thank everybody for making this day possible. And folks, this is a special place. It's a beautiful school with wonderful students and children, and you can feel the history. I can feel the history when I walk down these halls. Anybody that's around me for a little while knows I like to talk about academics and the importance of academic success. But I'm smart enough to know that well-rounded children perform well academically. And absolutely athletics helps to make a well-rounded student.
With this gymnasium, we have laid a strong foundation for the future. I can't wait to see all the amazing achievements that will take place within these walls.
Now, Positively Carolina.
So typically, a drop-in visit by your boss is not really something that you want to see happen. But for kids in one Johnston County school, they love every second of it.
Students at Riverwood Elementary got a surprise visit from the superintendent of Johnston County Schools and several other school leaders. The school district says these visits have become the norm as they work to encourage and support students to try and meet the district's goals, which is have all schools obtaining a school letter grade of an A, B, or C by the end of the 2023-2024 school year. The district has only 8 schools left to meet that goal. And I feel bad saying this, but at their age, I would have had no idea who the superintendent was.
You know what? That's probably true.
I didn't even know the principal of the school until 3rd grade when I got sick for the first time.
It's also a good reason why you cannot be acting up in class. You never know when just drop by.
You just never know.
Such an awesome event for our 8th graders. As a former high school CTE teacher and now middle school principal, to be able to expose our 8th graders to an event like this and to possible careers that they may be interested in the future before they're looking at what classes they want to take in high school. It's so important.
It's imperative that we work with these students, we get them in, we train these students, and get them that career field in the future. And just the feel of everybody coming together for a wonderful event. Something that no one else is doing across the state, no other community college is doing. JCC is on the cutting edge of doing that.
8th grade is a pivotal year for students to begin exploring their careers. They are getting ready to enter high school, where they will select classes based on what they think they want to be when they grow up, and they really don't know. So this event is designed to give them experiences to help them think about, all the opportunities right here in Johnston County, what that educational pathway is, and what income potential might be.
We want to bring our young people up in this county and showcase what this county has to offer them once they move on with their educational path. I absolutely love the event personally. I tell everybody that comes to volunteer, you're going to love it. You're going to be exhausted when you get home, and you'll want to come back and do it again the next day. And we do. We're thrilled to be a part of it every year.
It really did open my eyes on how many career paths I could choose to do, and that there isn't just like a couple at the back of my head. I really did. I found out that I wanted to be in the medical field by the CTE program.
JOCA Works is a career expo for Johnston County Public School students, mostly for 8th graders who are about to enter high school and needing to make some decisions about what courses they take and what CTE career pathways, other electives, and core courses they want to take in high school. Our mission in career and technical education is that every Johnston County Public School student graduates with a plan for what they want to do after high school and the knowledge, skills, and aptitudes to make that a reality. This event plays a significant role in helping to achieve that mission.
Welcome back, each of you. We're sorry that we went a little long, but we're so glad you're here. We have a little bit of business to take care of before we get started, but we're so honored to have all of you here with us tonight. We have already had our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance, and at this time, Dr. Bracey, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight. I'm Dr. Eric Bracey, Superintendent of Johnston County Public Schools. Momentarily, the board will begin its organizational meeting to determine its next board chair and vice chair. Ms. Dancer would like to note that a quorum has been established and that all 7 board members are present. According to Board Policy 2200, if necessary, at any meeting to elect officers, I, as the superintendent, will serve as chair of the board for the purpose of electing a chair. Once the board chair is elected, that individual will preside over the election of the vice chair and then proceed to presiding over the meeting. According to Board Policy 2342, voting methods, before the board may vote on any matter, there must be a motion and a second to the motion. With that said, I now open the floor for nominations for the office of chair.
Dr. Bracey, I move that Lynn Andrews remains as board chair.
Are there any other nominations for the position of board chair?
I nominate Ron Johnson.
Are there any other nominations for the position of board chair? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to close nominations for board chair. All those in favor of closing the nominations indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, say no. Nominations are closed. All those in favor of Ms. Lynn Andrews as board chair indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
It's 5 in favor of Ms. Lynn Andrews being board chair, 2 opposed. Congratulations, Ms. Andrews, you're board chair. I will now hand the running of the meeting to you to conduct the election of vice chair.
Okay, appreciate this opportunity, as always, to serve. I will now open the floor for nominations of vice chair.
I'll nominate Terry Tippett to remain vice chair.
Okay, I have a nomination. Do I have a second? Second, Mr. Carroll. Or any other nominations for vice chair?
I'd like to nominate Ron Johnson.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, a nomination and a second. All right. Any other nominations? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close the nominations for vice chair.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan, second by Mr. Johnson. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Said no. Okay, for the first one, I will ask all those in favor. We'll do a hand show in here, if we could. All those in favor of Terry Tippett as vice chair of the board, please indicate by raising your hand. All those opposed? Congratulations, Mr. Tippett. Continue to serve as vice chair. Okay, we will now move to a real special part of our board meeting, and I will call on Mr. Carr.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Bracey, Chair Andrews, and Vice Chair Tippett, members of the board, Ms. Cornetto. Thank y'all for entertaining this special occasion on this evening. We've got some very brilliant people to acknowledge, and we also want to thank Ms. Carolyn Ennis for working so hard to make sure that these living legends that we're about to talk about for the next few minutes or get the recognition they deserved. This year we celebrate the 20th year of honoring extraordinary living legends whose lives and work have greatly impacted Johnston County Public Schools. Platinum is the symbol of a 20th anniversary. Platinum symbolizes strength and endurance. Our honorees here today have demonstrated strength and endurance for a number of years as educators, and today we celebrate them. First up, Ms. Ethel Armwood, if you would please join me, ma'am. And while she's joining us, if she has any family members that would like to come behind the board to take pictures while she's being recognized, feel free to do so. Miss Armwood worked for 30 years at her one and only school as a teacher, Pine Level Elementary. And we could tell by the joy on Mr. Sasser's face that that is where she worked for real. The school was her home away from home. She taught kindergarten through third grade very energetically. Those who know her know that she is like the Energizer Bunny, always enthusiastically moving and involving her students. She said, I was a very happy kindergarten teacher, and I wanted my students to be happy learners. Miss Armwood loved children so much that after she retired, she returned to Pine Level and served as a substitute teacher. Later, she served as a substitute in Wilson County Schools. The most important philosophical point she has shared with new teachers is to simply believe. She believes every child can learn and that every child has a gift. Ms. Armwood believes that old Johnston Central High School motto that every child has a chance. She believes it is the role of the teacher to explore ways and find the gift in each student so that they can reach their highest potential. The students can learn by providing learning centers for reading and for math in the classroom. You will see the growth in students by building a student-centered environment where they can learn and have fun while learning. If the teacher believes that the child can learn, they will learn. If the teacher believes that the child cannot learn, they will not learn. Small children can understand body language, and many can discern what the teacher thinks of him or her. Miss Armwood is married to Bernard Armwood, and they have one son. Miss Armwood is a graduate of Fayetteville State University. She is a member of Jackson Chapel First Baptist Church in Wilson, North Carolina, and she is a member of Gamma Beta Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, also known as AKA. She uses her energy and enthusiasm to help others in the church and the community. When you are in the presence of Miss Ethel Armwood, there is never a dull moment. Congratulations, Miss Armwood, for being a Platinum Living Legend of the Johnston County Public Schools on our 20th anniversary. Congratulations. Ms. Armwood, at this time, Ms. Andrews and Dr. Bracer are going to present you a gift, and they're going to take a picture over here.
You probably don't remember me, but when I started traveling around the county as an adaptive physical education instructor, I met you at my level. And to watch you walk those children from place to place around that campus, it was just most evident of your love for them. And you've touched many a generation, and we thank you.
Ms. Armwood, congratulations on being named a living legend. Thank you for your service to Johnston County Public Schools.
Thank you.
Ms. Armwood.
Right here.
No, we do it right here.
What should I say? Okay. I am proud to be an educator for several years, and I like to say that I enjoyed being a teacher, and I also enjoyed um, giving the children my attention, giving youngsters my attention. And I also hope that everyone, along with me and other educators, will help to make a positive impression on young people so that in Johnston County schools. Thank you.
We were in, we were in the back with Miss Arnwood, and she exuberates humility. So we greatly appreciate her. Next, we're going to celebrate Miss Ruth High. Miss High, if you would please join me. Miss High is certainly an educator. We were in the back, and she was giving off that educator spirit. She was asking all the details and finding out who we were, and I said, "Yep, she's an educator." So, all right. Next, excuse me. Next to be honored on this 20th anniversary of the Living Legends of Johnston County Public Schools is Miss Ruth High. Ms. High is a graduate of Meredith College, East Carolina University, and North Carolina State University. She taught in grades K through 6, but primarily at the AIG Center, where she served as lead teacher and AIG director. Her philosophy for being a successful teacher are these few things. First, you must love and respect each child. Secondly, you must have a passion for teaching. Next, you must have the belief that there is no one career path. Incorporate empathy, introduce critical thinking skills, inclusive of common sense. Incorporate life skills by implementing hands-on learning curriculum. She believes that a vital aspect of a teacher's legacy is their willingness to make the future brighter, one child at a time. She also believes a successful teacher needs the support of the administration, parents, students, and community. Ms. High has countless honors and awards for her service as a teacher, church member, and civic participant. She is an active member of First Baptist Church in Smithfield, North Carolina, Choral Society. She serves on the Mental Health Board and numerous other religious and civic organizations. She received the Department of Psychology Distinguished Alumni Award from Meredith College. Wow. She is married to Mark Hyde Jr. She has no children except for the hundreds of children that she has taught year after year as a teacher. And she has several here, she says. Congratulations, Ms. Ruth High, for being a Platinum Living Legend of Johnston County Public Schools on our 20th anniversary. Yes,
that you will ever meet.
Now, don't make me cry.
And but she's touched the lives of so many young people. She believed that we need to seek out and draw out from every child what they're capable of doing. And you did just that, not only in your teaching career, but in your coordinating and running of the AIG Center that we had here several years ago. But you are so well deserving of this living legends because you have committed your entire life to the next generation.
You know it's going to do just fine until
Well, she's all deserving of this. We're so happy for you.
Ms. High, good to meet you.
Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on being named a living legend. Thank you for your service to Johnston County Public Schools. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We'll get one. So she, I know he was moving some stuff.
Well, I prepared a very short speech, but can tell it's even going to be shorter. The funny part is I practiced with the cat, and he ran to the door. So maybe it's just a good thing that I'm just going to ad-lib this. I want to say that the AIG program during my time and with our children and the wonderful staff would not have occurred without this board or the Johnston County School Board, wonderful superintendents, assistant superintendents, and an awesome staff. And Lisa Gainey's here. Oh, well, she left. So, but anyway, I just wanted you to know she was here. This staff was awesome. And real funny story about Bruce Bond. When we first started the center, we didn't have any furniture. And Bruce had some. And my husband, Mark, I'll tell you about him in a minute, had a big red truck. That's what the children called it, the Big Red. So we went to Bruce's school. He and Frank and I loaded that truck. So every teacher and every child had a desk. So thank you. I better stop. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. High, for your years of service. All right. Last living legend that we're going to recognize tonight is Mr. James Bunn. If you would, please join me, sir. Mr. Bruce Bunn. Okay, Mr. Bruce Bunn, I apologize. If we were to share all of the information on the resume of Mr. Bunn, we'll be here for another hour. Those are Miss Ennis's words. I feel like she knows you.
She's already told me.
Yep. He has done many, many great things and served in many capacities as an educator, including teacher, interim principal, assistant principal, and principal. After retirement, Mr. Bunn returned to JCPS as a temporary administrator, serving as an interim principal and assisting in human resources. According to his record, he was a proficient and efficient in all the positions he held. He stated, "I believe that every child is capable of learning. It may not be on the same rate, but every child is capable of learning given the right conditions and circumstances. The effective teacher gets to know every student in the classroom. Teachers must believe that every child can learn and proceed accordingly. That is their job, to find the most appropriate way for each child to learn. Students don't care how much a teacher knows unless they know that the teacher cares. The same goes for teachers. Teachers will perform their best when they know that the school administrator cares for them and is willing to help them be as successful as they can be in helping students learn." End quote. Mr. Bunn is a graduate, excuse me. Mr. Bunn is a graduate of Appalachian State and East Carolina University. He taught social studies in grades 6 through 8. His last school was West Clayton, where he was the principal. He has served as a deacon at Marsh Swamp Free Will Baptist Church, was named JCA EOP Administrator of the Year, and as Johnston County Principal of the Year. His professional summary includes a few of these outstanding qualities. He's a dedicated administrative professional with successful experience. He's a hardworking team player with expertise in offering staff support. He has a keen attention to detail and strong decision-making skills. He is an excellent communicator, and he plans well and prioritizes skills that were demonstrated through 36 years of performance. Congratulations, Mr. Bruce Bunn, for being a platinum living legend of the Johnston County Public Schools on this 20th anniversary. You can join us, sir.
For what you said.
Yeah, I was looking forward to this one right here. I've known Bruce, oh Lord, Bruce, how long? Forever. And he ran a wonderful school, a tight ship. I know a couple of times we didn't agree on things, and he let me know, and we worked it out, and we still love each other.
We do.
But Bruce, you're the best.
Absolutely the
Y'all
best.
scraped the bottom of the barrel.
Well,
Got me.
no, but when you walked into your school at West Clayton, I will forgive you the time I parked in your spot and you parked behind me so I couldn't get out. But, because nobody parked in Bruce Bunn's spot. But, anyway.
Logical consequences.
But anyways, when you walked into your school, you felt you inside that school because you took care of the children, you took care of your teachers, and in that regard, your teachers took care of your students.
I hope so.
And they did. So congratulations, my friend. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. Your name and recollection. Thank you for your service, Johnston County Public Schools.
Thank you.
We'll take a picture, you can read the board, and then we'll take a picture.
Yeah, that'd be right.
Read the board first?
Yes, sir. Do that first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for everything. Appreciate your mentoring, Frank.
All you did.
That was hard.
I know.
I'll share that with you. I was gotten away with when I got Dr. Bracey's letter, but I will take it to heart. He said, keep your comments short. I tell everything. There's no secrets. This is absolutely a wonderful school system. I'm an example. I think you're an example, aren't you? Or not? We came through this system and look where we are today. There are so many other people that are more deserving than me. They are on the forefront. They are those teachers in the classroom. They're teachers like Suzanne Phillips, Diane Parker, Betsy McKenzie, all those that are, they're still out. Some of them are still out there working. But you can't, Dr. Bracey, you couldn't have come to a better school system in the state. I've always put my teachers at West Clayton Elementary and the teachers for Johnston County up against anybody in the state. With that, I'm going to shut up. That's as short as you're going to get it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, if y'all would, please, let's celebrate our living legends one more time. And we're going to have our next group enter. And so we'll wait for our children to come in so we can recognize our Carrot Ed students. Congratulations again. Yes, sir. First of all, thank we'd like to thank all the parents for having your students here. If you would like, you're more than welcome at this time to come stand behind the dais, behind the board members, so that you can take pictures of your children as they're being recognized. So you can do so now if you like. Same thing for the principals. If you would like to join us back there, that would be great. If all of the character ed students would, please come join me up here and stand either to this side or this side. All right. Today we'll be recognizing 5 exemplary students. One of them was not able to join us, but we'll still recognize them nonetheless. All right. Each month, the Johnston County Board of Education recognizes students who have exemplified good character in their schools. We'll recognize each of these students, and then we'll celebrate them all when we conclude recognizing each of them. The first student we're going to recognize is Miss Tinsley Pate, a 5th grade student at Glendale Kinley Elementary, where Kelly Holland is principal. Tinsley is recognized for being self-disciplined. Tinsley stands out as a shining example of dedication, responsibility, and unwavering commitment to personal and academic excellence. Her consistent display of self-discipline has not only contributed to her own growth, but has also set a positive standard for her peers, whether facing academic challenges, extracurricular activities, or personal responsibilities. Tinsley consistently exhibits a remarkable ability to stay focused, prioritize, and maintain a strong work ethic. Beyond the classroom, Tinsley's involvement in various extracurricular activities showcases her exceptional organizational skills and commitment to personal development. Tinsley's exemplary behavior extends to her interactions with peers and teachers. She is known for her respectful demeanor, effective time management, and the ability to navigate challenges with grace and determination. Her peers look up to her as a role model, and her teachers appreciate the positive influence she brings to the classroom environment. Sounds like I need to hang out with Tinsley. Next, we're going to acknowledge and recognize Mr. Jake Barnes, a 5th grade student at Micro Elementary, where Carson Cavaliotti is the principal. Jake has been recognized for self-discipline. Jake is a terrific young man who displays every positive character trait every single day, with emphasis on those words from Ms. Cavaliotti. He has consistently demonstrated a love for helping others, regardless of any situation presented to him and or his peers or adults. When Jake's peers are presented with a difficult problem in class, they feel comfortable seeking him for help. This proves that Jake is a trusted, rational, and natural problem solver and a great classmate. Not only does Jake show self-discipline, compassion, and great problem-solving skills, he is also extremely respectful. There are so many students in the 5th grade class who call Jake a friend. Jake is also respectful to all adults, and his sweetness brightens their day immediately. Jake is truly one of a kind. We all know that he will be going far in life and accomplish many great things. Congratulations, Jake. Next, we'll recognize Sean Smith, who is a 12th grade student at North Johnston High, where Belinda Proctor is principal, and Sean was unable to join us this afternoon. Sean has been recognized for patriotism. Sean is a deputy cadet commander in North Johnston's High ROTC. His teachers describe him as dependable and respectful. His leadership, dedication to the ROTC program, and love of country are laudable and evidenced in the work that he has done at our school. In November alone, he led an 18-person formation to march in the annual JCPS Veterans Day ceremony before a crowd of nearly 500 people. And I'll add this, he did it with no sweat. In addition, on November 18th, he successfully led his drill rifle team to a 2nd place finish at Terry Sanford Drill Meet in Fayetteville and contributed to an overall 3rd place finish for the entire competition. He is a competitive member of the cross-country team, and this season he is on the wrestling team. Sean has just been accepted to Belmont Abbey College for next fall. Congratulations, Mr. Smith. Next, we'll recognize Mr. Preston Thompson. Mr. Preston, if you would, raise your hand. I thought that was Preston. Yep. Next, we have Preston Thompson, who is an 8th grade student at North Johnston Middle, where Heather Anders is principal. Preston has been recognized for compassion. Preston's teachers and peers describe him as dependable, responsible, and courageous. One specific character trait that Preston exemplifies consistently is compassion. Preston works hard to uplift and encourage his peers, his teachers, and anyone he encounters. He is quick to share a kind word, compliment, or smile with others. He also can be seen helping others who he sees may be struggling. Preston's teachers and administrators would describe him as a kind student with integrity and a great sense of humor. Preston serves as the president of the National Junior Honor Society at North Johnston Middle School. Aside from being a high academic achiever in the classroom, Preston maintains a positive outlook despite any challenges that he may have faced. Preston's peers would describe him as a loyal friend who is always there for them. Preston is an outstanding young person who is deserving to be recognized. Congratulations, Preston. And lastly, we have Abigail Workman, who is a 5th grade student at Pine Level Elementary, where Alan Saster is the helmsman of the ship. Abigail is being recognized for being responsible. Abigail is a student that has worked so hard to exemplify good character traits this year. She shows respect in the classroom when she displays a genuine interest in listening to what her classmates have to say. She is open-minded and respects the viewpoints of others. Abigail shows responsibility as she is working hard to complete her work in class. As she continues to grow more and more responsible, she is finding success in the classroom on a daily basis, and she is leading others to do the same. She shows compassion to other students when she offers to help them with an assignment or to be their partner if they don't have one. She does not exclude anyone and tries to be friends with all students. Abigail has worked very hard this year to be the best student that she can be at Pine Level, and Pine Level is so proud of her. Congratulations to our Character Ed students for December 2023.
Congratulations, friend. Good job. Congratulations. Good to meet you.
We appreciate all of you, and thank you to your parents that were here and administrators. We're so grateful to have you here with us.
All right. The last group that we're going to recognize today are our PLCs of the month. I do not think those groups are with us. So we'll read a little bit about them and recognize them in that manner. All right. The first grade PLC at Polenta Elementary exemplifies the trait of collaboration. Each week, the team gathers together to review common assessment data so they can identify common trends across the grade level and plan next steps for instruction in order to continue to help their students grow and improve. Congratulations to the PLC at Polenta Elementary. Secondly, we're going to recognize the middle school PLC, which is the 6th grade social studies PLC at Clayton Middle School. The words that were shared about this team was, this team hit the ground running this year, starting off with a social studies archaeology lab in our courtyard, during which students participated in a guided did for content-related artifacts. They have collaboratively planned putting a great deal of forethought into potential challenges that some students may have had with learning tasks. This group has really made an impact in the school and on the 6th grade students, and today we would like to celebrate the 6th grade Social Studies PLC at Clayton Middle. And finally, the high school PLC of the month is the English team at Cleveland High School. The Cleveland High English 2 PLC works tirelessly diving into data to identify students in need of a remediation and acceleration, seeking to grow them in all areas. The PLC has developed many lessons to target standards and skills specific to student strengths and opportunities for growth while keeping a focus on student engagement and rigor. This group is making an impact in the in the classrooms of Cleveland High School, and today we celebrate them as well. This concludes our recognitions for this month. Congratulations to all the students and to the teams that are making an impact in the lives of our students.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Tippett, Dr. Bracy, and board members, Ms. Cornetto. It brings me great pleasure to be here tonight to recognize our Employees of the Month for the month of December. We'll start with our Classified Employee of the Month, Laura Ochoa. Ms. Ochoa is an instructional assistant at Micro Elementary School. Ms. Ochoa is a bright spot at Micro Elementary School. She is a fantastic teaching assistant and colleague. She always has a smile on her face and is willing to help with everything from coverage to translating for our Spanish families. She works closely with the teacher she supports in kindergarten to ensure students receive high-quality daily education. We appreciate her today and every day for her unselfish commitment to our entire school community. Congratulations, Laura Ochoa, Classified Employee of the Month. Next, we have our Certified Employee of the Month for the month of December, Mr. Chase Farrell. Mr. Farrell is our Auxiliary Services and Safety Officer at Administrative and Auxiliary Services Department. Mr. Farrell has worked in Johnston County Public Schools for numerous years in various positions and capacities. Currently, he serves as the Auxiliary Services and Safety Officer. Among his duties, his most essential and least his most essential and least recognized responsibility is his priority to keep everyone safe in Johnston County Public Schools. With all of his professional development, training, and communications with various stakeholders, we hope we never have to implement his training. Often, this goal is the reverse in most educational practices. Typically, we train to implement, but in this case, we train in the hopes that we never utilize it. In his role, he communicates possibilities and what-if scenarios to firm our understanding and practice drills to know what to do when we don't know what to do. Some what-if situations and training include several inclement weather procedures, potential threats, real-life threats, best safety practices, and the all-encompassing and unknowing situations we couldn't imagine or foresee. School administrators must think and prepare for these events at their schools too. But can one imagine the weight of Mr. Farrell's role for a school system? Although a daunting task, Mr. Farrell is a realist and he is an optimist. He doesn't train us to be fearful. He trains us to be prepared. He encourages us to be ready for anything, but he also understands that we must always keep the main thing the main thing. If you've ever been to any of his trainings, he always says, let's keep the main thing the main thing. And that for him is safety. We are here to educate and grow our students academically in a safe and secure environment. He is both communicative and collaborative, utilizing the strengths and skills of a variety of stakeholders like our police, our sheriff departments, our emergency services, our businesses, our public information systems, our Johnston County Public Schools staff, students, and communities at large, just to name a few. He understands it is a team effort to promote safety, security, and educational partnerships. As a leader, he is grateful, appreciative, and humble. He would not want recognition for his efforts, and he would give all of the accolades to those around him, but it has to start with someone and at some time. He is the one, and the time is now. I once heard a saying regarding the police, some people stay awake at night so that we can sleep. Charles Farrell and his united team of unsung heroes, they are the leaders that do that. We are fortunate to have Mr. Farrell in Johnston County Public Schools. We can go about our days and nights because we have a watchman keeping the potential of harm at bay. By recognizing Mr. Farrell for his efforts, we also acknowledge his team, who assist him daily and nightly. In a world that can be frightening, we can breathe a little easier knowing that we have a host of people who keep us safe and well informed. I know this has been a long speech, but Mr. Farrell, I had to read every bit of this speech that was written for you. You deserve it. You deserve a lot. You make all of us feel safe and feel better about the place that we live and work every day, and your efforts are greatly appreciated. I've watched you from the time you were named principal at Corinth Holders High School, and I've seen you grow into a fantastic, wonderful leader, and I appreciate you. Congratulations.
Thank y'all. At this time, because of the time frame that we're in, we're going to move to public. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. You wanted to give us some updates.
Also in your agenda, I won't stay long, but there are a few dates that we felt were important for you to be reminded of, which include the Christmas break dates when the kids return back to school, but then also special recognition event where we'll be doing this in a better fashion, a bigger fashion, on January 23rd, 2024 at Smithfield-Selma High School. We'll share more details in the future.
Thank you so much. We're going to move now into public comments just because of the time, so we'll let those people get in here. Welcome to those of you who are here. We appreciate it. We're going to move now into our public comments. Before we start, I have to read a little little bit here. So tonight we have 7 speakers signed up for the public comment. Citizens who have signed up to address the board during the public comment session will be recognized in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to present comments to the board. However, the public comment session will not exceed 60 minutes total, except by a majority vote of the board. The board suggests that specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent. Citizens who address the board shall not use language that is obscene, profane, threatening, contains fighting or inflammatory words, or otherwise disruptive to the orderly conduct of business. Any person who willfully interrupts, disrupts, or disturbs an official meeting and who, upon being directed to leave the meeting by the presiding officer, willfully refuses to leave the meeting may be found guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor pursuant to the North Carolina General Statute 143-318.17. Our first speaker for tonight is Ben Chapman.
Hello to the Johnston County Board of Education. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for being here. I am once again here to advocate for LGBTQ+ Johnstonians. 2 months ago, I had a simple and small request that the board or any one of you issue a public statement directed towards LGBTQ+ staff and students. I told you that a message of tolerance and acceptance could go a long way to reassure students, staff, and faculty at Johnston County Public Schools are a safe and welcoming place to work, live, and learn, no matter your sexual orientation or gender identity. I have heard a deafening silence. I'm here to speak up and support members of my community. The LGBTQ+ community of Johnston County has been subjected to a series of coordinated attacks this year. On the 1st of June, unknown persons mounted 3 transgender pride flags above I-95, a stone's throw from here. They were painted with red and yellow paint. The red paint alluded to mass shootings, and the yellow paint was a white power symbol. I went to address the Smithfield Town Council, and the day that I spoke, the Human Rights Campaign declared a national state of emergency for all LGBTQ+ Americans. I'm here as a library professional. When I was at UNC Chapel Hill School of Library and Information Science, I recall we had an annual display for Banned Books Week. The most unique aspect of this policy is that provision defining library books as supplementary materials. I cannot emphasize enough how concerning that provision is to a field of professionals who are waiting and watching to see how you implement it. When you leave the meeting today, you may see some rainbow hearts. We created approximately 1,000 hearts on the ground to represent the number of LGBT high school students enrolled in Johnston County Public Schools. This holiday season, I urge you to consider these students and their lived experience in Johnston County, North Carolina. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sergio Benita.
Ladies and gentlemen from the School Board of Johnston County, I started here before you two guys today as a representative of Latinos Activate JOCO. Representing a vibrant part of our community and constitute nearly the third student body, the Latino population. We are woven to the fabric of the county schools and those that are vibrant, strong, and essentials. However, today, with a heavy heart, I bring this to light a troubling pattern that shadows our holes and incidents in our school systems and violence. I have bruised the hearts of Latinos, students, and their families. Our children's dream for education should not be darkened by fear or harm or prejudice. Within those walls are the promised growth and learning. We are reaching out, we hope, seeking dialogue, only we met with the silence and speaks value. We ask for meeting, a simple gesture to begin mending what has been torn. Yet we stand with no date set and no dialogue initiated. I ask you to not as merely officials, but stewards of the education and guardians of our children's future, to look beyond the numbers and their faces. The hope is potential for the being overwhelmed and inactions. Let's come together to the next month. Let's come together, not to the next month, not to the next week, but now. For the safety and dignity of every student under our care, let us set the date, not just in the calendar, but in our hearts, where we can commit to turning the tide against violence towards the nurturing environment every child deserves. This is a plea. Our hands extend in partnership for the future of our children and the integrity of the schools and the soul of our community. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Kathy Picarella. Did I say that right? Picarella?
Hi, guys. I want to say thank you in advance for the opportunity to speak. I had a speech prepared, but sitting here, and listening to Ben, I just feel like I want to talk to you guys for a second as a parent and as a child that was raised in Johnston County Schools. My parents worked for Johnston County Schools. I ran the halls of different schools and out here, when it used to look a lot different. I'm seeing some changes in the schools that are concerning me, that are scaring me. When I was in school, I don't think that there was so much fear for being who we were. We were accepted, and we found our groups. And I'm representing a parent of the LGBTQ community. I have a fantastic trans son that's a junior at Triple S, very involved in AVID, groups like the GSA, Mural Motive, a fantastic student. I'm so proud of him. But the new SB 49 has me terrified, and I'd love to know where my county stands on supporting my family, because I'm scared every day already to send my child to school, to the park, to the store, anywhere out of my sight, because hate crimes are up so much. And I fear that over implementing this new law is going to put so many kids in danger, because my kid has a safe haven at home, but all kids don't. And things like outing pronouns, that's going to get children killed. It's going to get them bullied. It's going to get them harassed. It's going to have them treated differently like they already aren't. And basically, even though I know you have to implement the law, there's a degree into which you have to do it and where humanity still exists. And that's basically what I'm asking you guys for, is some security in the humanity for my kid and my kid's friends, because it's already dangerous enough for them. I want them to feel as home in Johnston County Schools as I did growing up. So I need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Reagan Picarelli.
I am her kid. I am the junior in high school, like she said. Most of my friends are some form of queer, and most of them aren't out to their parents, and their only safe haven and safe space is a school, because they can't be themselves at home. If this is implemented more, that safe haven is destroyed, and they're in so much danger. And it's just, it would force them to be outed and take away the safety that they had. There's a reason they haven't come out to their parents, and it's because they feel like they would be in danger. If they come out to their parents, or if they're forced to come out to their parents, they could be abused, they could end up like being kicked out or killed. If you take away the safe space from my friends, they're in danger basically. And my friends are humans. They mean so much to me. Are you gonna kill my friends? That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is April Lee.
Good evening, Chair Andrews, Vice Chair Tippett, Dr. Bracy, and members of the board. I'm April Lee. I'm a teacher in another district, and I'm a parent to students who attend Johnston County Public Schools. I came tonight to say that students deserve to be safe, and that means so much more than weapons detection. The first priority of the Teacher Code of Ethics is student safety. Our students should be safe to be exactly who they are. Current legislation requires me to violate my first commitment in our Teacher Code of Ethics. Just because a law is passed doesn't mean it's a good law. It doesn't mean that it's a safe law, and it doesn't mean that it's going to protect our children. And while I believe that parents have rights, I believe that our students have rights as well. And their right to be safe in an environment outside of school and inside of school is a top priority for me as a mom, for me as a teacher who interacts with children every day. And now I interact with high school kids every day. So I understand that you guys have to develop policies surrounding the new state law. However, as you move forward, I want you to keep our kids at the forefront, because that's who we're here to serve. We're not here to serve our legislators and bad legislation and bad faith legislation that has been written. Our number one obligation is to our students. And my heart goes out to anybody who is struggling with that right now, because I know that kids don't feel safe. I teach kids who don't feel safe, and it is terrifying. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Blanchard.
I'm here tonight to express my deep concern and request your immediate intervention regarding the delay in providing necessary testing and services for my son at Forex Elementary School. Since the beginning of the school year, I have been actively seeking educational testing for my son. I initiated this process by submitting a formal request in writing to his teacher at the Welcome Back to School event in August. Subsequently, a meeting was held where it was agreed to move forward with the testing. My son is currently receiving intensive in-home services and has been prescribed medication to assist him in coping with the school environment. He's in the first grade. Despite repeated requests from his teacher, myself, and our treatment team, no testing has been conducted to date, so we're past the 90 days. This is not the first year we have encountered such challenges. Last year, despite numerous parent-teacher meetings, discussions with the school principal, and an email to Dr. Bracy, which Ms. Edmondson had to follow up to assist me, and ongoing reports of my son's behavioral issues because what they're thinking he has is autism. It was only to end at the end of the school year that Mr. Parrish, and excuse me, I'm sorry, acknowledged the school's failure, per his statement, to adequately support my son. This was the last day of the school semester, or sorry, the day before the last day, in a face-to-face meeting. It is disheartening to observe that this year seems to be following a similar pattern, with little action being taken beyond what has been implemented in his classroom by his school teacher. Thank God for Miss Bass. This situation is not just about my son. I'm a former social worker for Johnston County DSS. I served this county for over 10 years. I have been on the other side with these parents and have fought. And I have worked with the Partnership for Children, my kids club, and several other things, as well as going and meeting with these parents who are struggling to get these services for their kids, and it's unacceptable. It is a broader issue affecting many children, parents, and guardians who find themselves trapped in a seamlessly endless cycle of excuses and delays in receiving evaluation and services. I am here advocating not only for my son, but for all those who are caught in this distressing situation. Our children cannot afford to wait indefinitely for the support that they need and are entitled to. I urge the Johnston County School Board to take immediate action to address these delays and ensure that proper testing and support services are provided promptly. Your assistance in this matter is crucial and much needed. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Holly Atkins.
My name is Holly Atkins, president and founder of Hope for Teens, as well as a mom. I appreciate the difficult position you are in by feeling the need to comply with SB 49, which is hate-filled, exclusionary, and overall wrong. Quick reminder, according to General Statute 115C 76.16C2, disclosure of changes to names or pronouns are not required when a reasonably prudent person would believe that disclosure would result in the child becoming an abused juvenile or neglected juvenile, as those terms are defined in General Statute 7B 101. For those wanting to verify, it's page 7 of SB 49. Further, please also remember Title 9. We all go through the training, and while some may want you to violate those protections afforded under federal law, doing so is an illegal act. Even the State Board of Ed attorney has stated they lack authority to enforce it. They say the squeaky wheel gets the oil, but what if that squeaky wheel is a metal roller skating wheel from a pair of skates back in 1962? What if that skate no longer functions overall and poses so many safety concerns it has been updated to the skates we have now with rubber wheels that glide better, have a means to stop, and are overall a better fit for all? In other words, those old pair of skates are irrelevant, and so are their squeaks. A lot of pacifists have made their point without being that annoying squeak, and I am quite surprised some have forgotten what it feels like to be excluded, ostracized, and bullied, all for being who they are. Martin Luther King Jr. wouldn't have had to be a peaceful protester for equal rights if racism never was an issue. Neither would Malala for women's rights, Harvey Milk for LGBT rights, and all the other many people in the past. I grew up in a biracial family in New York City, and I remember bullying firsthand. My dad being pushed off his bike because he was riding with a white woman, being called an Oreo and a domino all through elementary and middle school because my dad was black and my mom was white. I have empathy because of my past experiences, and I have seen that racial disparity firsthand. But now people feel the need to place that hatred on the Q+ community without remembering the pain of their own past. At least 1.8 million Q+ youth aged 13 to 18 in the U.S. seriously consider suicide each year out of a population of 25.2 million in the U.S., or 7%. More than 15% of our teens identify as part of the Q+ community and are 4 times more likely to consider suicide over the cis population. 86% of trans youth consider suicide. Q+ teens that know they have support and advocacy from adults decreases anxieties, thoughts of suicide, and depression. Our teens are watching politicians be hateful, exclusionary, and wrong, all for wanting votes from narrow-minded, uncompassionate voters. Talk about stress. This is the opposite of what the school board has indicated in terms of wanting the best mental health for our students. Please work on making the schools safer for all who walk the halls, teachers and students. Ask for help if you need it. Please don't decide these issues in a vacuum like the legislature did. Also remember that some of the impacted students will be voting next year, Mr. Wooten and Mr. Johnson.
Thank you so much. That concludes our public comments. We appreciate all of you that come forward to speak. We will move now into our agenda. We left off at the place of approval of minutes. I will note that we're going to table the approval of the closed minutes for November 7th until next time. We have not reviewed those minutes. So I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the November 7th, regular session minute. meeting?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Okay, then we'll go to the November 15th, 2023 special session meeting. Would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Did somebody say something? Okay, Mr. Carroll and, Mr. Wooten, and then Mr. Carroll seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, we move to the adjustment to the agenda. Any adjustments?
Would you be okay with me just when Vice Chair Tippett gets to the policies, committee updates to request the policies? I had questions about coming out at that point, or would you want it adjusted at this point?
Can you go ahead and say it now? And are you talking about pulling them out? Yeah, can we go ahead and do it now? That just gives us the ability, he can write it down and be ready.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. If you would, I'd like to look at policy 5210, non-school material, and policy 3102, online instruction and remote learning. A couple questions about those.
To, with the pulling out of those two, entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it is.
So moved.
Second.
Movement, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
7-0. Okay, updates from our chairman, finance. Mr. Wood.
Madam Chair, I have nothing to report for finance.
I'm sorry. No report. Mr. Carroll, Legal Committee.
No report.
Mr. Tippett.
Okay, we have two policies on second review. 8325 daily deposits, which changed the amount that can keep a score from 250 to 1500. Again, that's basically a housekeeping thing. So they basically they don't have to go to the bank throughout the day. That's what that is. And Mr. Johnston, you mentioned 5210. Did you have a specific question on that? A specific issue with that?
No issue, just a question. Like, was there a reason? Because it appeared to me, and again, I was messaging last night trying to find it, but it appeared to me like we kind of bypassed a reading because of the discussion length. Am I correct in that?
No, we had it on second read earlier, like I think 2-3 months ago, and we had a discussion earlier during this time of our meeting on that, and that's why the things that we talked about in that meeting, if you're looking at policy, that there's not a lot of changes in it, and I was going to just note the changes in there. We made that there was some issue with groups that are using school property, and we noted that wouldn't fall under this policy. We wanted to be specific with that, as long as they're following 5030 community use facilities. There was also some issues I'm going down here. We included the statement materials distributed or displayed must comply with Board Policy 5220, collections and solicitations, and the conversation there with the committee is that what we didn't want to have is material is given out directly asking for funds to join the group that was presenting or whatever, and that's why we pulled that out to use it to make sure we made a reference to 5220. We also added in section E, in section E, we added the word club there. The thing that was concerning to us was when we have clubs in school, we want to make sure the material that they're passing out also goes through this policy. Before we may have had some clubs that were passing out stuff on their own with the club, and that's why the clubs were included in this policy, so that the material that's being that's being passed out by the clubs follow the same policy, and it just covers everything. There were some things in there. Again, it's a lot was left to the principals, and so we included the superintendent or his designee. Again, before that's we added the statement there in number 2. In the event the principal, superintendent, or superintendent's designee will permit the material to be distributed or displayed, the principal, superintendent, or superintendent's designee must notify the board chair no less than 48 hours prior to the material being distributed or displayed. So that the board sees it, gets to the chair notifies the board, and so that the board sees the material that's being distributed. It was kind of, there were some assumptions that was going to happen, but it wasn't spelled out right. And that's mainly the changes that are there. Again, if anybody's got any specific questions, we'll address those. But those are the and we talked about those. I can't remember what month it was. Maybe October when we discussed this, and that's why we went back, and that's why we brought it back to second read, because that was the and basically because I haven't heard any comments from any other board members since then. Ms. Antoine has some questions, some comments during that meeting, and we spoke about those, addressed as, and I think some of those may be in here, the way the decision, the way the committee felt we needed to go. So that's where we are.
I'm just a little confused because I think in October you were talking about the principals having too much control. You just said that again, but they had no control. It was all, the superintendent was the only language inside that policy. You added in principals.
We actually added in superintendent throughout. Where it said, as you can see, where it says the principal or superintendent's designee on D1.
Yeah, and it's all in red. It says principal or superintendent was existing. Added in principal.
No, the black was already there. The red is what was added. Are you on D1? Where are you looking at?
I'm looking at C. Yeah. C2. That's where the first addition of principal came in.
Right. And we did that for clarification purposes, because it didn't coordinate with what the next section said. One section basically said principals, one section basically said superintendent designee. So what we did was make sure in all areas we added principal and superintendent or superintendent designee, so that every area should match now.
Well, I mean, when you look at D1 and the language, the principals were just making sure that there wasn't anything that would violate, it had nothing to do with viewpoint. It had nothing to do with anything else. Just making sure there was nothing indecent that was being handed out. Everything that was content related was up to the superintendent prior to the passage or future passage of this policy. So you actually handed the principals more control with the language you inserted here. I'm not necessarily against it or for it, but it just didn't seem to.
I think it was to try to make it match.
Yeah, I think it makes it match, and also what it does is to make sure that we have a paper trail going from that principal to the board chair. And
The principal,
regardless of whether who is.
When I look at the language of this, the principal was only responsible for making sure nothing vulgar or anything got past anybody, and went in. But the superintendent was in charge prior to making sure.
If the
rest of it was met.
If the principal refused it, then they went to the superintendent. It basically was the perception that was there, which isn't the perception that we wanted. We wanted the superintendent involved as well.
By policy, already was. So I'm not understanding the necessary changes inside this, and I think the general reason why it was brought forward and changed, at least from what I could tell, was that you had a group that wanted to hand something out, and there was some conflict within that ask, and the language under F, which was non-school material, because this is all about non-school material. This is like a club or something that wanted to hand something out, or a leadership program that wanted to hand something out. So the actual, what would be considered under this policy hasn't changed at all.
And that actually, your statement actually isn't accurate. It didn't come because of that. We have a list of policies that come before every committee, And I will say it came at the same time we had some other questions, but we didn't pull this policy to look at that time. This policy was on the list of policies to be looked at, like the others that you see on here. And yes, it did come out when there were some questions on something else, but it wasn't pulled for that purpose.
I just don't see that the changes inside the policy have
So,
have improved anything or changed anything substantially enough to make a reason to change it. But, you know, thank you for bringing it forward.
no, that was, like I said, that was the position of the committee and the attorney, so.
Any other questions? We will vote on these policies now, since we've presented them, so,
Is that what you pulled? I thought you.
okay, it's just 5210, okay, sorry.
Was there two pulled out?
It's what?
So do you want to vote on this one alone?
Yeah.
Oh, this was the second read. I thought 5210
These
was
are
the second
second
read.
Oh, so we didn't we pulling that one out to discuss it on first read?
I'll get through that, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And the other, well, we don't vote.
No, let me do a vote for 5210, okay? I'm sorry. If y'all are confused, you're in good company, okay? I need a motion for approval of Policy Code 5210.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan, second by Mr. Carroll. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving Policy 5210, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. 5-2.
Okay, and then the next section, and I'm just gonna, Mr. Johnson, I'm just gonna go over all of them, and then we'll pull that one out to vote. Well, actually, it's not a vote. Let me find those again here. Okay, the next, those are only two second read. The first read, again, and I remind the public, these are on there for comments from the public as well. We'll look at those. Going into the list, 3100 curriculum development. There wasn't a great deal changed in that policy. It's pretty much a legal reference. Policy 3102 is the one Mr. Johnston had a question about. Do you have a specific question about that?
I mean, I think it would be for the benefit of the group if we would read it aloud, but my specific question is, the way it's written now, is would this take the board's authority to keep children in school or take them out of school? Would it negate the board vote? Or, because it looks like it delegates that responsibility to the superintendent, and I'm just curious.
Okay, you're talking B. All right, and what Mr. Johnson is talking about is talking about remote learning. It says when warranted by exigent circumstances, emergency circumstances, and approved by the superintendent, schools may temporarily transition to remote instruction if permitted by law. Again, and the thinking for that is if we have a snow day, all of a sudden, we didn't have any hurricane days, but if we have any of those, and depending on how we are in Johnston County, the superintendent has the authority to call remote day. What you're saying, what you're referring to is like COVID. No, it doesn't affect that at all. And it's just some wording that you think implies that it does affect that?
No, but I just didn't read any limitations on the duration of it, and just maybe if it's going for a second read, maybe it could be reviewed to maybe put a time cap on it, or maybe put some specific parameters around
Up to
it.
5 days. I mean, I see what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
And we can.
Mr. Chair, if I could just interject, there's nothing that relaxes the standard of the constitutional requirement for the hours and days, and so the superintendent would be held to that standard just like the board. But if the board wants to put in more discretion criteria, that's certainly something the policy committee could review.
But those hours and days would be met.
We would look at it, but I think. it comes to the board after a certain amount of time if we continue using it.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
Yes, sir, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, and I don't have a problem looking at it. I think we can, Dr. Pierce, will you make a note of that we can look at that? Because I do, and I see your point, I understand what you're talking about on that. And we can look at that and look at the, so that it comes to the board after X amount of days or whatever, just as a review. Okay.
I also had a question on that one.
Of course you do.
So I'm just wondering if it affects our virtual academy at all, because you strike the line that says you can conduct classes remotely for all or part of a school year.
This is a temporary transition.
I'm not.
This is remote learning.
The policy is online
Right.
instruction. Look at the policy.
Well, it's no first class vertical in it. And tell me what you're asking. So I
The
understand what you're
policy is
asking.
online instruction.
Okay.
Right? I've read the
Okay.
policy. It's pretty short. I want to make sure that it doesn't interfere with our virtual academy if we are creating a problem for ourselves by striking out the line. And I don't know why we struck it that says conduct classes remotely for all or part of a school year.
I think that was actually goes into what Mr. Johnston asked, because and we'll go back and look at that, because I think what that's referring to is the superintendent. So the superintendent's not going to make that call, but it does have an effect on virtual.
Right, and some of our students have been remote learning not because of COVID or not because
Right.
of a snow day, but because of behavior issues, other issues,
Right.
and they need to stay remote, and they might need to stay remote all year. I'm just wondering why you struck the full line. That's all.
All right. And you know, the other area that it's the policy isn't meant to affect Choice Academy or Virtual Academy. And I think that's what you're asking, to make sure that it's not that's we'll certainly look at that to make sure that and look at that.
It's
for remote learning only, but we can get more clarification if we need to come from the School Board Association.
Yes, this is a specific statute that was added this last session, and this is designed to align with that. And we can look at it again if there's any confusion that is generated by the School Boards Association recommendation.
Okay, we'll just if you'll just note those questions, Dr. Pearson and the committee at the next meeting, like we always do, we'll take any kind of questions into consideration and then go from there. Okay. The other policies that we have, student promotion, 3420, student promotion accountability. Again, there are some changes in there. They're all pretty generic changes. Again, you've got the next month to get any questions for these. These are first read. 3640, student voter registration, which is legal references. 4050, children of military families, and that's just basically to make sure that if we have children of military families, that everything's in accordance with that. The biggest thing in there is 4100 age requirements, and some states have different age requirements for starting school. If we have a military family coming in the middle of school year and that student didn't start it at an earlier age than we continue with that. It's just cleaning up some things to make sure that we don't have any issues. And that's all the first read.
Okay, we do not need to vote on those things. Bond Committee, Mr. Carroll.
We have not called a meeting yet, but it's my understanding that, as we've said, we've been waiting on an updated report from our ORED folks about our growth and potential growth. And it's my understanding that Brooks Moore will be meeting with them on Thursday to go over this, and we should get the report maybe to us or to the system on Friday. So we will be trying to schedule a meeting. We may not be able to get it before Christmas, but we have been in conversation informally with county commissioners, but we will schedule a meeting hopefully by our next meeting.
Legislative Committee?
I have no report. We'll probably meet as long as the committees stay the same, and that's at the chair's leisure. I plan to have our next meeting in January, likely. And right now, the legislative body is not in session, really. It's kind of performatory. It's not really actually doing anything, so no report otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Don't really have a lot of updates. I would encourage you, if you, our fine arts departments are doing a great job out there with band concerts, chorus concerts. There's still a few left that will be done between now and next Wednesday when the buses roll out midday for Christmas break. But if you have a chance, go to one of these events and support our fine arts departments. They're doing a tremendous job. And that's really all I have to say. But we certainly are, as Mr. Johnston said in his prayer, as we break for Christmas here in a few days, we certainly pray that everyone stays safe and has a wonderful Christmas. All right, we will move now to our advisory appointments. Mr. Carroll.
Madam Chairman, Dr. Angela Hill from Dixon Road Elementary School has recommended the appointment of 3 folks for 3-year terms to their advisory council. Ms. Kelly Forgani for a 3-year term, Lauren Tart, a 3-year term, and Andrea Batchelor for a 3-year term.
Okay, I'll use that as our initial motion. Mr. Wooten.
Principal Elizabeth Patton has recommended, and her advisory council has approved and recommended Jennifer Kennebrew for a 3-year term, who's a new appointment, and Vicki Andrews for a 3-year term, which is a renewal.
Okay, and Mr. Donovan.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Weaver from South Johnston has approved and recommended the following applicants for the advisory council: Tina Lee for 3 years, Jamie Pierce for a 3-year term, Elgin Alfer for a 3-year term, Melissa Finch for a 3-year term, Susan Beasley for a 1-year term, Christy Carter for a 1-year term, and Elaine Royster for a 1-year term.
Okay, I'll entertain a second for these nominations.
Mine was the second.
Oh, yours was the second. Okay, that's fine. All right, any discussion? All those in favor of these advisory appointments, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Dr. Bracy.
Madam Chair, at this time I ask that the board approve consent items numbers 1 through 8.
I have a motion by Mr. Carroll and a second by Mr. Johnston. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Moore.
Everyone, tonight I have 4 items for you. My first one is to provide public sewer to Corinth Holders Elementary School. It is our last school that's on an on-site sewer treatment station, and discharges to the News River. The design of this project will provide a pump station and approximately 14,500 feet of force main to tie that school into the public sewer system. A proposal was negotiated in partnership with Johnston County Public Utilities with their consultant CJS Conveyance. The first proposal was for $643,600, but after negotiating, we are recommending a proposed contract price of $441,500 and a $40,000 contingency to cover testing and other items that arise during the design and construction of this project. And this is a FY 23-24 capital funded project for approval.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion of approval.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Wooten, a second by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate.
Excuse me, madam, you're just way ahead of me, I'm sorry. We're allocating these funds out of next year's capital, correct? Out of this year's capital, excuse me, 20, okay. We've got the funds to do it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the Corinth Holder Elementary School sewer project design, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
All right, my next item is the first package of the ADA access improvements. This package will provide improvements at North Johnston High, Princeton Middle High, Smithfield Selma Senior High School, and in Innovation Academy. The recommendation is to contract with the low bid from Daniels and Daniels Construction for a contract amount of $540,000, and a contingency of $100,000 is requested as well. And this is a local funded project.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan,
Second.
second by Mr. Tippett. Any discussion?
Yes, when you say local, it's coming out of our capital funds.
No, sir. Local funds, because we are making repairs to those sites.
It's a repair, not a new construction, or these things are already there in place?
They will be improved, so they are in compliance with ADA law.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I only asked the question because I do have some differences of opinion of what should come out of local funds and what should come out of capital, and there are a lot of things that they restrict us to capital that would fall exactly into this category that we should be able to deal with.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Just a protest on my part.
Absolutely.
And is every dollar in this item necessary and pertaining to actual ADA access improvements?
Oh, yes. I've got a report of quite a few pages of assessments and recommendations. Okay.
So a recommendation isn't necessarily a requirement, though, is that correct?
That's a tricky question. I would say so. So
Would we be out of compliance if we don't do it?
the items that are recommended are not within compliance. Correct.
But they're not required necessarily.
Required by law, yes.
But they're existing, so they're not necessarily required, right? Like if you're gonna build them today, yes, required. Recommended to fix, yes.
Yeah, you got it, yeah.
I believe so there's no grandfathering with ADA requirements. It's a law, not a building code.
But it will
Does that
make
answer
it,
your
make it
question?
a safer.
Well, it makes it accessible to people.
It makes it safer. I'm assuming that we're upgrading it to be a safer.
It makes it
thing.
safer
accessible?
for an accessible person, yes.
The only reason I ask is to bring Mr. Carroll's point home that we make sure that we're budgeting in the correct pot and we're pulling money from the correct place, that's all. But I think Ms. Andrews pointed out this was in this current year's budget line item as you wrote it, so
Yes.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the ADA access improvements, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
All right, thank you. My next one is to purchase furniture from Interior Systems for Benson Elementary School 17 classroom addition. It is on schedule to be complete in this upcoming summer and open for the 2024-25 school year next fall. The contract is to purchase is for $184,953, and that also includes new cafeteria tables as well. And that's a
Cafeteria
locally funded purchase.
I'll entertain a motion.
So
Mr. Donovan, a second by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion? I have cafeteria tables where?
In the cafeteria.
At Benson. Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know if we'd switch schools or something. I'm just.
So part of that project is a cafeteria expansion.
Okay.
So instead of putting
I'm thinking of addition. Okay.
new with old tables that's
Right.
been there 25 years, we're purchasing all new.
are we gonna move the old tables to another school like we did with Princeton?
Oh, yes. If Dr. Pierce's team has a use for them.
Any,
Mr. Moore, addition was built with ESSER.
Yes, sir.
Furniture paid for locally, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Per Stephen Brett.
any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote for the furniture for Benson Elementary addition. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thanks. And my last item is one more package, package 4 of the controls upgrades to our HVAC systems at Benson, McGee's, Crossroads, and Polenta elementary schools. We are also changing out some chilled and hot water pump packages along with the variable frequency drive systems as well with this project. The recommendation is to award this to Piedmont Service Group, and I am requesting a not to exceed amount of $2,670,000 because we are currently doing value engineering with them to cut some costs as well. So it's for a not to exceed amount.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion?
Brooks, does this take care of the control issues across the county, or we still got a lot more?
We still have.
Have we fixed the MS-DOS situation?
Those are in process, yes,
Okay.
and we're about a third with all of these packages.
How many packages do we have? This is 4.
So we have 2 more packages that have 8 schools in them.
Okay. And
they bid next week.
Okay. Are we going to get those in with ESSER funding?
That's the goal.
Is that the plan?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the total amount of ESSER funding we have left for that, those projects are?
So we have about $2 million left. We're around 28-ish million of our 30 million. But we have discussed sharing some technology funds to get these packages finished.
That passes the grant plan to swap out like that? Yeah?
I won't answer for the ESSER. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the HVAC controls upgrades, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Ms. Lee.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Board members, Dr. Bracy. Tonight, we bring for you your consideration a 3-year contract insurance brokerage award for Alliant Insurance Services. We conducted an RFP, and at this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Henry Smith, our risk manager, to go over our presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Board members, Dr. Bracy, thanks for your time. So we're going to cover the insurance risk management RFP that we started back in September of this year. Do I have control of the slides here? Yes. Okay. All right, so we have our current risk management program. We have 2 providers, Surrey Insurance, which covers our work comp, property, vehicle, flood, and cyber, and then the North Carolina School Board Trust, which is our a risk pool for school boards, and it isn't technically an insurance program. It's an immunity program. Surrey, a little background on them. They've been a vendor with us for 2+ decades. They're insurance agent for Liberty, Travelers, EMC, Chubb, and others. The trust is not true insurance. It maintains immunity. And we've been a member of that program for approximately 2 years. The current cost arrangement, our premiums are roughly $3.8 million. Of that, $1.1 is in the work comp arena. And we have potential areas for Johnston County Schools to assume some risk and then obviously reduce our insurance costs, and we'll cover that here shortly. To address these concerns, under Dr. Bracy, we consolidated risk into one department. We hired a person in risk management, that's me, conducted an RFP for insurance broker services, and contracted with consultants reviewing coverages to assist us with the RFP process. I have both members, consultants with me here tonight, John Scarborough and Jim Britt of Scarborough and Britt. The Insurance and Risk RFP as a committee was formed to review the RFP with the consultants. The committee members were Brooksmore Construction, Chase Farrell over Student Safety and Security and Auxiliary Services, Jennifer Lawson, School Nutrition, Marlon Watson, Student Transportation, and Henry Smith in Risk Management. Stephen Britt and Cynthia Rivera were non-voting observers, and the voting members of the committee represent all areas of risk from student safety to transportation and had little prior direct experience with the incumbents. Going down to the next slide, we have a risk management timeline, so we wanted to show you the timeline of our RFP. We started again back in September, and we're coming to our conclusion here tonight. Some of the goals with our risk management program, we wanted to modernize our expenses, progress in cost management, and we followed, of course, a process with this RFP timeline. And of course, with the process, we want to develop new long-term strategies with initial placements of insurance going forward, insurance renewals, and risk management services to address safety needs and so forth, and improve loss control and loss prevention measures. The insurance and risk RFP resulted in 4 responses. The top 3 were given the opportunity to make 90-minute presentations to the committee. The result, the committee unanimously recommends Alliant as the broker while retaining the trust for the liability. The Alliant scoring notes, this is all in the RFP, the evaluation criteria, a creative path to an unbundled program. They displayed that through their quantitative analysis, and they scored 20 out of 20. The stewardship process and periodic category reviews, they did an excellent job of that, expressing their presentation, how we would get through our renewals and so forth and achieve our goals. And the breadth and depth of underwriting, it was impressive underwriting team, a lot of cohesiveness and a lot of solutions and potential options going forward. The broker and team chemistries, it was a very tight presentation, a lot of unity and very cohesiveness. It's like they were almost a family. The fees for services, again with that, they have a performance bonus. If they don't meet certain criteria, they will reduce their fee by 20%. So we have that as part of the contract as well if they don't meet it. So there's 8 criteria. If they miss out on one, it's going to drop that one by $5,000 and so forth and so forth. We look at the current Johnston County Schools insurance program. Alliant modeled the current program as seen here and discuss how risk and analytics we can navigate and move to positive financial change here in the district. A couple of the key highlights here is work comp optimization. We have some premium dollars that we definitely can save there, as well as some enhancements on our school board trust program with some excess coverages and so forth. And then as well as that, a standalone active assailant policy, and then looking at some areas of improvement with our insured values per building location, and then a probable maximal loss. Do we need to increase that or decrease that, increase or decrease that number? And last but not least, the risk control and claims advisory services they offer are pretty robust. They're a pretty large organization, and they have a lot of in-house resources, expertise that can assist Johnston County Schools. When we look at the considerations, again, we talked about the quantitative analysis is one of the first pieces they displayed of where we can save money at. I've worked in guarantee cost and self-insured programs. The program on the left side is a fully insured program with our losses developed going back 4 completed years around $1.5 million. And our premiums for that are roughly $4 million. So there's some definite savings on that side. And then looking at the excess work comp program on the right side, Alliant displayed, some of the areas we can save on. And those numbers I think are conservative, but with quality, very big on return to work and assisting employees and helping them after injuries and showing value. And that's a key component to working one of these programs and moving it forward. Program consideration, they brought forth, I'm going to start with consideration number 2. That's something we're pretty much very familiar with, not much change here. Just the excess work comp program, we want to optimize on that, as well as adding some additional layer into our general liability program with some enhancements, and the active assailant program, as well as standalone policy regarding that. Those are some of the considerations, along with some adjustments with property, looking at increasing our insured values per location, then adjusting our catastrophic loss limit if it needs to go up or down based on that. Maybe be some offsets in premium there. And then consideration number 1, this is a program that I've worked with for about 6 years. It's got potential over the long run for some potential increased savings as well, something to look at as well. Only difference here with this program versus what I talked about, it's got a protected loss fund, which covers general liability, sexual abuse, auto, garage keepers, Also, property and excess work comp go into that. To display the loss fund, we looked at our losses over the last 5 years. The losses in work comp range about $302,000, the GL auto around 50, and the property at 161. So we would have a proposed loss fund. So the key with the thing about a protected loss fund, you take your fixed costs, which are your premiums, and then you take your loss fund, and then that gives your total cost of risk. And then your finance officer, Stephen Britt, can tighten it even more with that type program as an option down the road. And then we look at the evaluation of the RFP, including the broker fees. It's not just a fee, but there are 5 components to the RFP. The evaluation price factors in value, price, services, and deliveries based on, number one, we talked about this on the scoring sheet earlier, the unbundled creative path to a high-performing program through the quantitative analysis, the stewardship process, and the periodic service category review, and then the breadth and depth of underwriting access and services. They have a lot of capacity within the market as far as that goes to get great terms and conditions. And then again, the component listed below there, the fee for services, which is about 5% of what we're spending totally in premium. So it's not just about fee, it's about the overall and improving the current program where it's at. And then the final slide, the recommendation, all factors considered, Alliance proposal should save money for the overall insurance program without compromising quality or service, and the savings over the next 5 years could be significant with the greatest rate of return on the investment. And our recommendation from the committee is to award Alliant with a 3-year contract with 2 one-year optional extensions upon contract review by Ms. Coronado. And it's also recommended that the school remains with the school board trust for liability, with the potential for supplemental coverage provided by Alliant. Do you have any questions?
Let me get a motion, okay? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Second, Mr. Wooten. All right, now, any discussion? Any question?
For the broker fees, the public might be looking at those, and in our pre-agenda work session, you covered this, and the difference and disparity between a $72,000 and $190 is large. But there were some questions about just not unresponsiveness by Surrey, who was our prior carrier broker. And the unresponsiveness was about fees and different things that cost us money.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I think the board, when we spoke about it earlier, we're comfortable moving into a larger fee because of the information that you had shared with us.
And so, since from 2019 to 2023, you spent about $10 million in premium, and your losses are around $2.9 million, which is a 30% loss ratio. So even before I got here, you're already pretty favorable for an insurance company. So I would take advantage of the loss history, and we can improve this program from where it currently is. So just wanted to add that. If you got more questions, I can ask John or Jim to come up.
The other thing I wanted to talk to you about was the activist salient policy, which we do not have. Is that correct? We don't have an
You do
activist
not
salient.
have that.
Right. And we spoke briefly with some of the auxiliary services people, and we have a lot of different things in place to protect our schools and our children. It's a priority for this board, for our employees. If there are things that our brokers could utilize to bring that policy cost down, I know that our auxiliary services are willing to work with them. So we want to know if there are things that we can do to help bring our coverage costs down.
Yes. So as far as addressing that, yes, Alliant has resources to assist us with addressing those matters. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any other discussion or questions? None? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of awarding the 3-year contract to Alliant Insurance Services, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Edmondson. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening again. So I have two items for you this evening. My first item is the superintendent's personnel recommendations. So first, I'd like to present the candidates that are being recommended for an assistant principal position. Each of these, if approved, will receive a 2-year contract. We have Stefan Katsanos for Cleveland High School, Larita Harris Webb, Corinth Holders High School, and Edgar Herrera at South Johnston High School.
I'll entertain a motion for the approval of these individuals.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan. Second by Mr. Carroll. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Next, we have an interim assistant principal recommendation, Melissa Butts for Corinth Holders Elementary.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Central Administrator recommendation, Maureen Hannahue, Director of Talent Acquisition and Retention.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Johnston. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Central Personnel, Zachary Armstrong, Project Manager with Facilities Design and Construction.
I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Donovan.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Then we have an internal transfer, Joshua Woodard, transferring from HVAC Supervisor to HVAC Coordinator. Oh,
First, yeah.
oh, okay. Okay, thank you. All right, our next item we have a presentation that I'd like to share with you on a program called Elevate K-12. This is a virtual platform for live teaching. Okay. And this button right here. Okay. All right, so just to give you a little bit of background, so Johnston County Public Schools, as well as other districts across North Carolina, continue to experience a high number of certified teacher vacancies. So here I have some information for you from 2022, and I'm comparing that information with 2023. So if you look on this slide, you will see the vacancies for approximate vacancies for September 1st, October 1st, November 1st, and December 1st of each of those years. And as you see, the numbers are increasing. On December 1st, under 2023, that should be 148. So what are we going to do about all of these vacancies? How can we help our students to receive instruction having a certified teacher to deliver that instruction? The answer is Elevate K-12, which is live teaching through a virtual platform. Okay. So a few details about Elevate K-12. With this program, students in each class would be scheduled in those classes at a ratio of 1 teacher to every 30 students. Paraprofessionals would be provided by the school district, and they would be trained by Elevate K-12, and they would be there to assist with supervision of students. This instruction would be received by students 5 days per week, and our middle schools would receive instruction for 45 to 60-minute periods. High schools would receive instruction for 80-minute periods. There are 3 different types of course offerings that we will consider for this. One is standard classes, premium classes, and special education classes. And here is a chart that shows the course offerings for middle school and each of those classes.
And this is a chart that shows all of the course offerings for the high school. So the services provided by Elevate K-12 would be that they would offer us high-quality live teaching with teachers who are certified. They also would offer us a full-service live class delivery management. So we'd have a school-level classroom setup and implementation provided by Elevate. We would have day-to-day management of online teaching classes. We would have quality control provided by Elevate of all of these live classes. We would have training and management of the paraprofessionals, and in some cases we might not use paraprofessionals. In some cases we may have to use some existing staff during their planning period. It depends on how we organize this at each school, depending on each school's needs. We would also have support for grading and pacing and school meetings. The lessons would be state-aligned lessons that are written by curriculum experts, and we would have live customer service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and support for our paraprofessionals or those that are covering the classes during their planning. Elevate would provide several staff to assist us with this. They will provide us with a high-quality live teacher. They will provide us with a K-12 operations manager that is dedicated to each school for continuous onboarding, implementation, and support, and a dedicated academic coach who guides and quality audits the live teacher for the school. They will also provide us with equipment to facilitate this instruction. They will provide us with high-end speakers, powerful classroom microphone, and a high-end camera that gives a full classroom view so that the live teacher, when they're teaching, they can see the entire class. Johnston County Public Schools would be responsible for providing a classroom manager, which is the paraprofessional, or in some cases a teacher that's covering during their planning period. And we will provide a point of contact at each school. And then we will have a district level manager or monitor that will be provided through CIA. The equipment that we are responsible for providing is the classroom space, a screen or a projector, adequate internet access, and we have checked with our technology department on this and looked at all of those requirements and made sure that everything met. And then each student would be provided with a laptop or a Chromebook is acceptable, and we have those. And then we will provide class rosters and a bell schedule. This is the breakdown of the proposal. As you see, we have broken it down into premiums periods and standard periods for high school and middle school. And then for EC, the price is up there for each of those periods. Just to let you know, if we don't use all of those periods, we will not be charged for those. We're only charged for the ones that we use. We've asked for pricing to implement this at 22 schools, and Elevate has waived the implementation and setup fee. In addition to that, they've given us an additional $50,000 for trying their program if we agree to go that route, for a total of $2,068,840. And this would be paid out of ESSER funds. Thank you. Any questions? And I do have Nora Navarro here tonight from Elevate K-12 if you have any specific questions that she might be able to help you with as well.
This is an action item. First, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Oh, motion by Ms. Anton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Tippett. Now, any questions?
I think I want to thank you for lining something up so our kids have some instruction instead of just having study halls during periods that they need to be instructed on. We know that this isn't sustainable. You can look at those numbers and see it's not. We talked about it again at the work session. We are investigating, I think, as a board, and asking superintendent to take it under his wing to figure out what's happening and why we're not retaining as many as instructors as we'd like to. I think some of us brought up discipline and some other things. So hopefully in the new year, we can kind of dive in. And I also want to thank you as well as bringing on a new recruiter, because we had our last one apparently resigned her position. So now hopefully she can help us with this too.
I know you probably can't answer this question, but I know this is geared toward middle and high, and I think we all agree that this is not, that this is a fix for right now. This is to try to help the situation right now. I'm not thinking so much about high school, but would there be a middle school student who this is the entire instruction they would get?
For a class period?
No,
Now,
no,
you
I mean for
multiple,
that
like for all
student.
day?
Right, for that student. I know this is, you can't answer that question for me right now, but my concern would be, I can see if it's a social studies class and we're missing a social studies teacher, but my fear would be that it would be all the way through, or especially in those core classes. I don't know whether Mr. Byrd you don't think that would happen? Okay. I don't know. We don't know where all our vacancies are. But I just, I hope I'm making sense.
So our vacancies are all over the place, and this is actually a collaborative project between Human Resources, CIA, and the area superintendents. So what will have to happen is the area superintendents will identify the best places to use this resource, and what we hope to do is to use it in more of the non-tested courses, the non-in-the-course tested areas.
Yeah, or just while we're here, your special education offering, I don't know that we're going to use that. Obviously, your special ed teachers are certified. Okay.
So our teachers are certified special education teachers or certified in the subject and grade level that they'll be teaching. And then we will obtain North Carolina state certification as well, if they don't already have that
Right.
cert.
Will they be required the paperwork that has to be done?
So so we provide the data, and then so that the
So
person
someone
can
else
fill
would
it
have to
in.
do the IEPs
Yes.
and IEP meetings?
Yes, so what will happen is we'll meet with the Johnston County team to kind of vet further, especially with special education, and see which areas specifically, because we won't be the best fit for special education in some cases.
Absolutely,
Mhm.
right.
So
Right,
we'll
it's
just have
not-
to
yeah.
collaborate on that.
Is this program in any local counties to Johnston?
Wayne County, actually.
We actually visited Wayne County and looked at this program that is being implemented in a middle school and a high school. We went to Eastern Wayne Middle School and Eastern Wayne High School.
Okay, if we do this, when is this going to be implemented at the begin the second semester, or what are we looking at?
This is for the spring semester.
I mean, the second semester. So it's going to be ready when we get back from Christmas, or January, whenever this
Well,
next semester starts.
If you approve it tonight, we're going to start on it tomorrow.
Okay. And
So-
parents will be notified that instruction's going to take place this way somehow, I'm sure. Okay, yeah.
I want to make sure that we're clear on how we're paying for this. We're paying for this with ESSER funds, right?
That is correct.
So next year, we don't get this opportunity. I mean, this is it.
This is, right now, this is for spring semester only.
Yeah, all these teacher vacancies that we have to be filled, because next year we don't have this opportunity.
Right.
I'm not a fan of this remote learning. I'm not a fan of kids sitting on Chromebooks. How long are they going to sit on Chromebooks a day if they do this?
Well, each period, they'll be on a Chromebook the entire time.
So the whole class, is it going to be monitored? Do we know what the kids are going to be doing on the Chromebooks? Because I can tell you what they're doing in
That's-
class right now.
That's what the paraprofessional is there for. It's to monitor. And they are trained on that monitoring process. So they do get training. And in some cases, it will be certified teachers. They might not be certified in that area. Like it might be a Spanish class, and you might have a science teacher covering.
Yeah.
We would
And I
pay
know
them a
we're also going to
stipend.
ask our teachers that are currently in our schools to do more already than what they're on top of.
Would a sub do this?
Well, we could hire a sub to do this. We could. That is an option. So, but we're going to have to look at, how many sections we've got and how is the scheduling. Because you don't want, if it's only one period at one school, then you don't want to hire
understand.
somebody full-time for
I
that.
understand.
Yeah. But at the same time, I
Just trying to
realize
think about
that
stretching our
our kids don't have the teachers in the classrooms, which is a problem as well. But this is not a solution permanent. This is just, it's just this year.
I think
And
this at
it's not a
least,
great solution. I mean, the solution is face-to-face teaching. That's always best practice. But this is the best alternative we have right now.
I think we have in some classrooms where we've got sections that are being combined. So we've got 2 sections of social studies students. It's just too large of a group, especially in these middle
Absolutely.
schools. And instruction is compromised for everybody. So at least it's answering part of the question.
Yes.
Do we have a plan for this year right now on how we're recruiting teachers? I know we just hired a new one for recruitment. Do we have a plan?
We got some things in progress. Give me
Any
a
other-
little bit of time.
Any other questions?
And I would hate to have to leave it at that, because in closed session, you came in and you were very passionate about your ideas and your pathway to getting us staff. So I don't want you to just get shortchanged by saying we got a plan. You do sincerely have a plan, and hopefully in the next 6 months to a couple of years, we can kind of get this knocked out. Time is definitely of the essence.
Well,
I'm on a prayer here.
The plan starts now. I mean, it's actually already started. We've got a plan, but I had to have the person approved to implement that plan. So there are some things that, starting tomorrow, we're hitting the ground running with some of the plans. And we're not only planning on how to recruit certified staff, but classified staff as well, because we've got to work on both areas.
I just want to play the role of Stephen Britt since he's not here. There will be vacancies next year. We hope the recruitment process picks up. But if he were here, he would say, you can't afford this program next year. Decide what you're going to give up to keep this money for this particular program. For example, this costs $2 million. What are you willing to subtract from your budget next year to afford this program? So that's something we just got to keep in mind. But the goal is to fill all these vacancies and as many as possible. We all know that. And we're hoping that you will, we're going to require, Ms. Edmondson, that you come back here and present your recruitment plan to the board in open session as
Right.
well.
We appreciate that. Any other questions about this particular item? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Elevate K-12 virtual platform for live teaching, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? You vote no? 6-1. Yeah. Yeah. 6-1. That's fine. That's fine. I thought it was Dr. Bracy that said. Thank you, Ms. Evans. We're going to take a 5-minute break, then we come back and address the last issue. Welcome back. We have one last item to address, which is board member requests. Board members, I emailed you several requests that have been made by board members in regards to grievances or complaints about other board members. And because we do not have a policy that addresses this, I am bringing this to the board to make this decision about whether or not to pursue these actions. So you have a folder, and you have them numbered one. So number one, I'll just have you read over that. I hope you've already read it, but and just in case you haven't, that one is email and with some attachments. So make sure you have the attachments. We're going to go through. This is number one. We take each one separate. I guess the question is, do we want to pursue this?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to take items 1 through 4, have them reviewed by our attorney for potential policy violations, and then move this for a discussion once a complete investigation has been done. I'd make that motion.
Well, there's a motion. Do I have I'll entertain your motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm willing to go through with these if you are.
With the motion is on the table to table these items and have our attorney look at them and then come back. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Johnson?
Do a little bit more complete and thorough investigation beyond emails. There's been alleged policy violations and impropriety before we go jumping the gun.
Well, I think that's what these are asking for, and that's what I'm coming to the board to ask for, because I'm not going to expend local dollars without coming to the board in a situation where we have board member asking for something on another board member. So that's why I understand what you're saying. I do have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. This would be to suspend this discussion of 1 through 4, correct? And have our attorneys look at that and then come back. I don't know if you're asking for the attorneys to investigate them.
Yeah, you're bringing these items to the board, so my motion would be just have the attorneys to look into them further, ask clarifying questions, delve a little bit deeper into the alleged policy violations, and then come back with a more full report instead of discussing it on the fly. That I just do not think that's going to end well, and the ambition to go and discuss it now may be motivated by emotion, and I don't want to negate all the good work we just did by having a back and forth here.
I agree with you completely, but I think you're misunderstanding.
I think you can make the motion that for each one as we go through, because I don't think they need to be done all 4. But again, look at the first one and say, hey, like she's doing now, is there any discussion on that, whether it needs to be to move to the attorney? I think that's the issue, because it's a board member and board member. If it was something else, and maybe we need to look at policy committee needs to look at a policy for doing this.
We need a policy meeting for a policy. Yeah, for a policy, yeah.
Well,
so I mean,
okay.
but I understand what you're saying. I think you can look at each one individual and say, I'll make a motion. If we don't think it needs to go to the attorney, then make a motion and go to the attorney.
Well, reading the first one,
Can we vote on this? Okay, so I do have a motion and a second, and we've had any other discussion about the motion that he made? All right, none. Okay, I will entertain the vote to table 1 through 4 and send it to our attorneys, have them look at it, and come back to our board. Did I summarize that, fella? Okay. All those in favor of that, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Aye.
Okay. Now, let's look at number 1, okay? And again, these are being brought to you for the board to vote whether to send these to the attorney to look at these situations.
I would assume that this would be read publicly.
It has to be done in public.
I know. Are we going to discuss without knowing what the grievance?
No, we can. I'm just saying, if everybody's looked at it and they want to discuss it, we'll discuss it.
I mean, should we read the email out loud?
We can.
I don't think, I'm not into public humiliations.
Hold on one second, please.
Okay.
I would make a motion on grievance one that we do not refer it to anything. This is just, you know, I might be on. This is something that was on Facebook, and it was I think a response from a board member just made a response to something another person said. I just think it's something that is, you know, we don't even need to discuss it. It does not even need to be looked into. It's not a grievance situation. It's just he said, she said, maybe everybody on Facebook should use a little more discretion, a little more maturity, and we wouldn't even be here with that one. So I would make a motion that we do not refer that for any kind of.
Well, I would at least say that we should.
Okay,
tell the
I
public
have a
what's about.
motion. I have a motion. Let me have do I have a second? Do I have a second for the motion that Mr. Carroll just made? I do not have a second. So that motion dies. His motion. Right, that's the motion. I need a second before we can discuss it. Okay. I do not have a second, so that motion would die.
Madam Chair, I'll entertain a motion to have the first email grievance put forth be looked at by an attorney to determine if there's any policy violations made, and then report back further.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? The first has a 1 on the side of it.
The one about me.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
Okay,
actually the one that should not even be read in public. That's why
Right.
we should not even be discussing
Right.
it, to tell you the honest truth.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
The motion would be, yes, sir.
To send it to
Yes, sir. The motion would be to have the first email presented to us with a 1 in the right column identified as a grievance to be looked at further by our attorney for potential policy violations based on the allegations and, I guess, supporting documentation in the next 2 pages to determine if there's any policy violations or anything that the board should be made aware of. I think that would be.
Okay. So that's the motion, and it has been seconded. Any discussion?
My question is,
Apparently, I'm not going to get a motion in. Can we just go through and say what it's about? That way the public's aware, because everybody's sitting here going, what the hell is this about?
It's not about public humiliation. It's a submission
No,
of it.
I don't mind. I don't mind admitting that I said
Well, I
it at
do
all.
mind. I do mind, Mr. Donovan. I do mind having
Okay.
other board members talk about me sexually online. I do mind. I mind very much. So yes, it's a problem for me.
If this triggers you, we can go through a picture book I've got.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
whoa,
point of
whoa,
order.
whoa,
Madam
whoa,
Chair,
whoa.
point of order.
Whoa, whoa.
How about we talk
We
about
have a- we
you
have-
being sexual with other people?
we have
You're a
a-
married man too.
We have a motion and a second. Now, we're not going to do this here. You have my promise. We're not going to do this. If you're out of order, I'm going to have a vote to have you removed. We have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any other discussion?
is the motion to send it to the attorney?
Yes, it is.
What I was
Okay.
trying to, I don't know how I'm going to word it. Ms. Antoine, you made this request. Do you want this request to continue?
Yes, I would like it looked at. I would like it looked at. It doesn't mean that it has to be broadcast to the public. Frankly, an apology is enough, and moving forward, not to talk about each other in such an uncivil way, crude way.
So if we're going to do that, then we'll bring up a policy for all board members and everything that's been said on Facebook. Of all things, I can't believe we're going here. Speaking of bullying and kids, this is ridiculous. I've already admitted that I said it. I didn't agree with or disagree. I just said it was funny.
Okay. So the motion we have before us is whether or not that the motion is to send this to the attorneys to be further investigated for violation of board policy. That's right. Did I say that?
I'm just going to add, we've already spent enough money on legal issues we don't need to continue with this.
You were quite happy to spend all kinds of money pursuing me over stuff that was not true. When I have evidence of you breaking policy, you wanted to be held to a standard that was higher just a few short months ago. When
Is this
you
the
aren't
one?
even complying with the board policy of board members to have civil discourse with the public about the board issues.
Okay,
About the
we're
board.
on this one right now. All right. So
Just to
any
be
other?
clear, Madam Chairman, as I read the grievance, Mr. Donovan did not make the sexual allegation. His comment was just in reference to, he just said it's funny. Now, he did not make the allegation that you're referring to, and I understand your not liking it. I wouldn't like it either. But just to be clear, you know, his was just a comment on somebody's post, and I'm not. I just don't know that a comment on a post rises to a policy violation right
Sir, he engaged with the public in a way about me having a sexual relationship with another board member. Untrue. He engaged and said, quote, funniest shit I've read all day.
Your grievance should be with the person that posted the allegation of what
No,
went
sir.
on.
The public
So,
has every single right to go and say what they want about me, and they do it publicly, and I don't mind. They have every right to do that. It's called the First Amendment. He is held to a different standard. He is held to the code of ethics of this board. And the code of ethics says that he should be discussing civilly and engaging civilly with the public. That's not civil discussion. To talk in the manner that they were talking and laughing together.
Yeah, the biggest, Ms. Antoine, the issue that I have, Ms. Antoine, you said some pretty bad things about me on social media.
Can you tell me?
Yeah,
Go
I've
ahead
got
and
it
tell me
right
what they are,
And-
please. Yeah.
I'm not, no, that's my question. Are we setting a precedent? That's my question.
It's not a precedent.
That-
Here's the thing, I've never spoken about any of my fellow board members in the way that he's speaking about: crude, rude,
I-
totally
you don't mind
uncivil.
talking about our
No,
staff.
I will talk about policy
one
all day
person.
long. You're absolutely right. I will talk about our decisions in this board. I will talk about policy. I will express my concerns, but I will not talk in the way that you spoke and the way you
Will you talk-
engage the public.
Will you talk about our children going to public schools and public schools turning them trans? Will you talk about the autistic children?
First of all, that's
And
on a
them
private
turning
account.
trans?
Second, it was before I
It's
was
not
elected to the
private,
board.
it's in public.
I was
Okay,
not
listen.
elected to the board. You were a board member, an
Okay.
active board member,
Madam
sir.
Chairman,
You were talking
I-
about not only me, but another member of this
Anton,
board being
Miss
sexual together.
Anton,
I
Miss
called a
Anton.
question, Madam Chairman, please.
I agree. Folks, we're not going to go here. The reason that these things have been brought to you was because they were requests that were made for investigations of one board member on another board member. We do not have a policy that addresses that. So I brought this to the board to make the decision of whether or not we send this to our legal counsel to do the investigation. Instead of me saying, go do it, I'm bringing it to the board. I would hope that we could have a civil conversation about this.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you know, this is crazy.
And
So-
I think the chair has the authority to make that decision on her own, but I think it's also something the board should decide rather than
Absolutely.
a chair. I mean,
I
that's
feel
my
strongly
that's
that
my
way.
personal feeling. I think.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be putting
So
us through this.
And I know this may not be the best thing, but like I said, it's
Madam Chairman.
previous
question's
chairs
been
may have
called. We
done
need
it
to
on their
move
own.
Okay.
No,
I'm going to call for a vote.
Ma'am, just one last thing. In this email, Ms. Antoine specifically mentions sexual harassment, and we can't arbitrarily and discriminatory choose what incidents we do investigate or do not investigate. And so I just wanted to be heard on that. If she's making that claim, and I would think we would have an obligation as a board to at least look into that claim before we brush it aside, but I'll be done with that.
The claim that I said it?
Perpetuated it, sir. I'm not going to speak for her. I'm just saying my interpretation of what I'm reading is that you perpetuated it based on your commentary. That's what I'm interpreting.
Saying something's funny doesn't mean that it's perpetuated.
All right. We have the question called. Let's vote. All those in favor of sending this item, number 1, to the board attorney and their agency to investigate this situation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No.
No.
All right. Number 2. Number 2 is an email in regards to Michelle Anton sent in regards to a visit by 2 board members to some schools and a comment that was made at the schools in regards to the board.
It's an email that was a response to an email that was sent by Ronald Johnson.
Right, but it had to do with a comment that was made by one or two board members about the rest of the board.
Well, I mean, I can speak to that because that's one of the Ms. Antoine requested an investigation into me. I'm reading it here. No, I mean,
It was an allegation. It was an allegation. It wasn't an investigation into you personally. It wasn't.
No.
It was not.
and the reason it's here is because it says, I am asking Ms. Cornetto to open an investigation to this allegation involving Terry Tippett. That's me.
Kevin Donovan.
And Kevin Donovan. My bad.
I'm glad you think it's
My
so
bad.
hilarious and funny.
That-
I'm
I do
glad
because
you're
we want to
bringing
say
it up.
something.
This
That
is
was-
ridiculous. And not only that,
Point
but
of
these
order,
were back
Chair-
in
Miss-
June.
Madam Chairman, point of
These,
order.
these stem back in June.
Miss
and were
Anton,
never
you're out of
even
order,
addressed.
and that's your only warning. You're out of order.
And I will say that Mr. Donovan and I visited every school in the county. I made comments to every school in the county. I welcomed teachers back. I thanked teachers for coming. I made comments that we're all on the same team, and I made the comment that if you're not working to make Johnston County schools the best in the state, you shouldn't be here. I also made the statement that the majority of the board is working to make Johnston County schools the best in the state. There was one school that took offense to that and contacted Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson questioned it, and then Ms. Antoine asked, did that be investigated for ethics violation? That was the context of that. Obviously, there's no investigation needed because I said it, and I mean, I mean, there's the investigation. I mean, I'm not sure what there is to investigate, but if the board wants to do consequences, do consequences. And I respect the board, but.
So I think we would need a motion to discuss or something.
Well, I need a motion first. I need a motion of some sort, whether to pursue this or not to pursue it.
I again make a motion that we do not pursue number 2.
Okay, do I have a second? You can't discuss it till you have a second. The motion dies. Any other motion? So we just let that one go. We don't have a motion on the floor about that?
If you read on in the email, it just simply said we don't have the right to investigate on our own. There was an email sent as a report that these things had been said to me, and I said, investigate it. Let's look at it and see if it happened, that's all. That's all the request said. I'm not calling up for open investigations on Terry Tippett. That is not the case.
So with that being said, I did, for context, I did put out an email expressing my lack of appreciation for those comments because I felt like they were directed at me, predicated on previous events. Now, if Ms. Antoine's proposal is correct, that this is a policy violation, and Mr. Tippett, you're saying that, hey, yeah, I did it. It is a policy violation. Shrug. What are you going to do?
No, I didn't say it was a policy violation.
Okay, I get it.
I said I admit I take responsibility for making the statement.
Okay, and let me unpack and correct that. If you're saying I take responsibility for making that statement, then that is indicating that there are people on the board that you think want to hurt Johnston County Schools or doesn't have the best interest, and you're telling that in an official capacity to a group of employees who have to be there. I mean, I didn't certainly ask to do this in public, but I was sending an email expressing my lack of appreciation for that. So if you're saying you said that, and Ms. Antoine is saying that could rise to a policy violation, if it in fact does raise itself to a policy violation, then you're saying, okay, if it does, then I did it, I committed it, basically that's it, what are you gonna do? I mean, not in those words, but that would be the way it comes across to the individuals who.
Well, sorry. Let's just put it in context, okay? Ms. Edmondson stood up here and talked about the live teaching, okay? 6 of y'all voted yes. I voted no. The majority of the boards supported the public school system, right? There's nothing in here saying that there's anybody doing any wrongdoings.
So
it's just the majority of the board supports the school system.
But, okay,
Well,
so when you say that on your own accord to the news media, to a group that is not forced to be there based on like some prearranged meeting by their school. So if a principal calls a faculty meeting and people have to be there, and then you show up as a board member and you say things like that, can we agree that would be problematic? I mean, in our official capacity, when employees are forced to be in a certain place, it's not appropriate to go in there and kind of spew our political thoughts, our educational thoughts on how we vote. So in all honesty, I don't really foresee this being looked into. I mean, Mr. Tippett, you said I said it. Ms. Antoine claims there's a policy violation. I mean, I hope you would agree that if teachers are forced
I quoted the policy, which was that any person speaking in their official capacity, which you two were at the schools, and teachers were required to sit there and listen, they shall conduct their assignment from the standpoint of the best interest of the board, the school system, and the community, and not as a representative of his or her own feelings. That clearly is your own feeling that this board doesn't support the schools. I certainly do. I think Mr. Johnson does. In fact, I think we all do. That was my only take on it, and I said, we can't do investigations as a board, which is the only alternative is to look. Mr. Johnson was making the complaint. I said, we can't investigate this. Have the attorney look at it. That's all it was.
Yeah, and I never said it. I'm telling you, as I was there, that's how I perceived it.
Okay.
Not any wrong.
Do I have a motion about this particular thing, or do we need to move forward with this particular one? Mr. Carroll's.
I will again make a motion that we dispose of every one of these things and just we do not. No, they not. All we're going to do is repeat this process on every one of them. It is shameful. It's disgraceful. It's childish. Now, these are things that one board member could go to another board member and get it straightened out without this. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed.
I'm going to second that motion, and here's why.
Thank you.
I'm sick and tired of us bringing our garbage in this boardroom and not focusing on kids. Now, I sit here and I've taken it as much as I can take it, and I'm sick of it. We need to act like adults and focus on what we need to do in Johnston County Public Schools, or I'm leaving. I don't want to be a part of it.
I have a motion and a second.
Wait a minute, Lynn. Okay. We can settle this outside of this boardroom. Kevin, Michelle, Ron, Terry, take care of it outside of the boardroom.
Here's the thing, I don't know how I engage with somebody who's talking about me sexually online. I don't know, and I'm serving on a board with them. So I understand your frustration. Believe me, I'm equally as frustrated. And it's the only reason why I forwarded it along, because frankly, I don't want to be involved in it, but I don't like getting these messages sent to me in screenshots. I don't like having to engage it. I don't like my name tagged to these things about my ass being in the air. It's disgusting. And it's easy for people not targeted by other board members to sit here and say that, but when you're a target, it's a different story. And I wish it would end. And I would just accept an apology and move on. I didn't want to bring it to the public. I asked Lynn if we could do it outside the public, if we could just vote on them outside the public view, because I really don't want it out
Do you
there.
understand why we could?
And I'm not downplaying that. I'm just saying that we got to focus on what we're here to focus on.
I have a motion and a second to, I think the motion is for the rest of them, for 2, 3, and 4. To forego any further discussion on these things and let this be done.
No, I'm not going to agree on the fourth one because I have a comment on that.
2, 3, and 4.
Right.
Discussion.
Right. And my discussion is I would prefer the fourth one not to be included because there is inaccurate information in there, and when a board member calls WRAL and News and Observer and asks and calls for my resignation, then I have an issue with that, and I want all factual information shared.
And since we're still in discussion, I would again caution the board. I agree with the sentiments of Mr. Wooten. I've agreed with him for 17 months now. All right, for the last year and a half, I've totally agreed with your notions. However, I do want to caution the board. Ms. Antoine has raised some concerns of sexual harassment. It is not our place to say that is not sexual harassment. It is sexual harassment. It would be more in line with what an attorney would do. So I would caution the board by just brushing this to the side without doing its due diligence. So that would be my caution to the board and my concern. But again, I'll lend credibility to what you say, Mike. It needed to be over 16 months ago.
Any other discussion? So we have a motion about tabling 2, 3, and 4, or just not discussing them. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of doing that, would you please indicate by saying aye? Aye. Opposed? So 3, 4. Let's do a show of hands. All those in favor of tabling 2, 3, or not tabling, but just not discussing them individually. Repeat your motion. Not referring them to the attorney and being done with it. And that you second. Okay. All those in favor of that, please indicate by raising your hand. All those opposed? Okay. 3, 4. That was right. All right. Number 2. I will entertain a motion on number 2. A motion to either have it addressed or not have it addressed.
I'd just like to share that that was from August. The first one was from, I think it was brought brought in June, and then the email was sent in July, and this is in August. These are long ago. I have that they had died.
I agree.
So it was surprised to me when I got the message from the chair that we were going to take them up at all. And again, my email response was to an email sent by Mr. Johnston, which was making these claims, and I said, we can't investigate these claims as a board. They need to go somewhere else. That's it.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to, for item 2, not to be sent to the school board lawyer for review.
I have a motion. I have a second. Second by Mr. Carroll. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
5-2. Number 3. This is one dealing with,
That was supposed to go to closed session, I thought.
does that need to go to closed session? Session number 4. I'll just bring that back to closed. We'll just bring that back to closed session. Number 4 deals with an email to Ms. Coronado and myself dealing with the social media. It's really a situation of making a statement in support of violence in regards to Mr. Tippett. And this is what occurred at our special board meeting in September. You have the information before you. I'll entertain a motion as to what to do in regards to this.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that this does not go to the school board lawyer, but we have discussion on it.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, the only discussion that I have, or the comments that I have, was it appropriate for me to stand up or where I was sitting and address Mr. Johnson? No. Was it appropriate for Mr. Johnston to say the things that he did that I heard him say? No. Did I engage in the violent rhetoric that Ms. Antoine accuses me of? I repeated the exact words that Mr. Johnston said. So I'm not sure, I guess we both did. If Ms. Antoine thinks it's violent rhetoric, I guess, I mean, I can't, if my repeating the words that Mr. Johnston said to me is violent rhetoric, and Ms. Antoine, in her discussion with the public, only gave part of the information. She didn't share comments that Mr. Johnston made afterwards to continue to request to engage in a fist fight with me, as Ms. Antoine said.
No, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't hear that. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's your exact words. Mr. Johnston, after the meeting, in front of multiple witnesses, Mr. Johnston said, and I quote, "I'm leaving, but I'm only going a block." Ms. Antoine said, "What does that?" Ms. Andrews said, "What does that even mean? Is that a guy thing?" To which Ms. Antoine said, "It means they're going to have a fist fight."
So
now, if I'm going to be accused of things, and I made the statement, should I have stood up? No, that was, I will admit that. But I'm not going to sit here and have Ms. Antoine share information on social media unless we talk about the whole ordeal during the meeting and after the meeting. Now, if Mr. Johnston or I had a thought we either one were threatening each other, then obviously we wouldn't come to the next meeting. I didn't take Mr. Johnston's comments, as a serious threat. I don't think he took my comments as a serious threat. Otherwise, we don't show up at the next meeting and conduct business. It was a misunderstanding. But again, I'm not going to sit here and be accused of things and not have the entire story be made public.
So, to respond to that without going down too far of that road, typically when things get tense in this boardroom, and they have gotten very tense for me with people charging me, yelling things at me. I'm not saying you charge me. I'm saying in the past, people have charged at me, people have yelled things at me, people have came at me. I'm always very loud about my next move, and I'm not going to call out any law enforcement officials. But many times when things get tense, I will say, "I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to my car. I announce it." All right. Now, I don't know what Ms. Antoine's interpretation of that was, or that discussion that you had, or you said she had. What I'm going to tell you, yeah, we have not discussed this or hashed this out, but it did bother me that you stood up. I mean, words are words. And to give insight into my thought process, I felt like we were deviating from General Statute 153A-40, which is part of the special session, which I've emailed Ms. Lynn Andrews about that a couple times. I've emailed her. That was my concern. And things just perpetuated. It's too tense. That's why we don't need to be doing what we're doing right now. It's too tense. And no matter what words come out of anybody's mouth, nobody has the right to stand up and say, to roll their fictional sleeves or whatever it was. I mean, nobody has the right to do that. Words don't make you do things like that. So I don't want to go too far down that road because I'm past it. But
no,
should it have happened? No, absolutely not. But what Miss Antoine is saying makes perfect sense. No matter the reasoning behind it, if we're going to hold people to a certain standard, we just passed a policy 2 months ago that was saying something to the effect that we will conduct ourselves in the way our employees conduct ourselves. So my question would be, if this was a faculty meeting and that happened, would there be no investigation? Would there be no consequences? Would there be no inquiry into this? And I believe the answer is no, you couldn't do that. Same thing going backwards into these other allegations. We adopted a policy in a 5-2 vote that said we will model our behavior the same way our employees are expected to. If Miss Antoine was an employee or she was held to the same standards and Mr. Donovan was held to those standards that you guys passed, then you would open an inquiry, you would open an investigation. We can't put ourselves in a position to arbitrarily and discriminatorily apply policies to people that we pick and choose. So that's what I'm saying. Look, dude, I'm past it.
And I understand what you're saying, and you've made reference to my standing up, and my concern with that was my standing up equivalent to your laughing, pointing, winking behaviors that you do when people are speaking?
Provided that did happen, it's very different because 14-33 subsection A says that you can't engage in any physical activity that would invite a physical confrontation or invoke violence. By standing up and motioning with your hands to come forward, that by North Carolina general statute is inviting a physical confrontation, which is in conflict with North Carolina law. It is very different than smiling at someone or putting on a happy face if someone wants to tear you down. That is two totally different things. You very well can't stand up, motion for somebody to come.
I did motion for you to come.
Okay.
We can go back and look at
Ron,
the
but
videos.
it was instigated.
Okay, let's, we're discussion about.
Mr. Tippett asked Mr. Johnson, "Are you interrupting me?" Mr. Johnson's response was, "What are you going to do about it?"
You're breaking the law.
What are you going to do about it?
He was breaking the law, in my opinion.
Listen, what are you going to do about it? Then, after the confrontation, at the end of the meeting, you stood up right there and looked right at him, and you said, "I'm fixing to get in my car. I'm going east a half a mile. Anyone want to meet me?" So if there's going to be an investigation, investigate the whole thing. But, you're talking about, what I heard from you was equivalent to what you're accusing Mr. Tippett of. You invited him half a mile down the road, whether you like it or not.
No one directed that commentary at him.
Okay. All right.
No, you
I
said
have a
it. You said it
motion.
all.
I have a motion and any other discussion. The motion is that we do not pursue this with our attorneys.
I'm a little bit surprised that he's standing up in the middle of a professional meeting, a board of education that oversees 37,000 students, and threatening a physical fight with somebody. And the only thing that should be coming from Mr. Tippett, frankly, is an apology and a let's move forward. And I would be happy with that.
Okay. A motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of not pursuing this with an investigation with our attorneys, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
5-2. No, I don't think so. We don't need to. Oh, yeah. I'll entertain, you want to go to that now? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session. I need a motion.
So moved.
I need a motion. Oh, do I?
You're restating the motion
Right,
for
right.
going into closed
I just need a
session.
motion to go into closed session. Do I have one?
For
Well, you read the whole-
personnel. Just for personnel reasons.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we move into closed session to consider matters relating to school personnel in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Second?
Second, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, we're going to closed session.
So students in Johnston County got a little bit dirty today while fundraising.
Clayton Middle School hosted the fundraiser event, The Color Games.
I'm good with
This
this.
is so fun. Their goal is to raise money to get collaboration labs on all grade level hallways. The event included a pep rally, games, and other creative activities. If you couldn't tell, it also included lots and lots of color. Principal Sandra Morris also got in on the fun. She was wrapped in toilet paper and covered in color powder. I've done a color run before.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really a run. You just you run from station to station just to get color all over you like this, but
Yeah.
it's really fun.
When I got to Cornholder High School, I was there as a custodian. And I just ran into so many positive male figures in that building because growing up, I had none. And so to run into the principal at that time, the assistant principals, and some teachers in there, I had some positive figures that I can pattern my life after. And they were doing some great things, not only in the school, but in the community. And I was like, man, this is something I want to do. And those men started pouring into me, and I started telling them, this is what I want to do. And they pushed me even the more. If you know who I am, you know I have a big smile, I have a big voice, and everywhere I go, I want to make sure that I put my hand out and just appreciate every staff member I run across. Every day I say, I thank you, I appreciate you. Whatever you need me to do, I'm there to support you. And I'm motivating my staff members every day. I'm going by their classroom, what do you need? Is there anything I can do for you today? That is my way of supporting them and inspiring them to be the best they can be. But there was a guy in that building named John Winley, Doc Winley. He was the band director at Smithfield Middle School. And he's the one that introduced me to music on a corporate level in a group setting. And so I was in the band over there, and he's the one that told me to keep it up when I got to the high school. My creativity comes through music. And I think that's has really pushed me and helped me out through all my studies because of that creativity. I'm not done yet. I got bigger fish to fry. I'm enjoying what I'm doing now. It has been very rewarding for me. Johnston County has opened so many doors for me. And I'm just continuing my process and my progress to be the best me I can be. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to change the bloodline of my community.
May today be the beginning for a future generation, current and future generation of students at Triple S, for this to be a place of learning, of enjoyment and fellowship that will enhance your lives for the years to come, just as this facility behind me has enhanced my life.
This is indeed a day for celebration, a day that marks a significant step forward for our school and our community. It's a moment of great pride, and I'm honored to stand before you to mark this milestone. The construction of this auxiliary gym has been a long cherished dream for our school. Our current gym is great, but what an addition. Its construction is a testament to our district's commitment to providing the best possible facilities for our students and our athletes.
First of all, this wouldn't have happened without the great partnership that the Johnston County Commissioners have with the Johnston County Public School System. And that's right, we're partners in this as we move forward, always been partners. We're not done yet, and we're going to move forward and continue to build schools until every single child is out of a mobile classroom.
I want to thank everybody for making this day possible. And folks, this is a special, special place. It's a beautiful school with wonderful students and children in it. And you can feel the history. I can feel the history when I walk down these halls. Anybody that's around me for a little while knows I like to talk about academics and the importance of academic success. But I'm smart enough to know that well-rounded children perform well academically. And absolutely athletics helps to make a well-rounded student.
With this gymnasium, we have laid a strong foundation for the future. I can't wait to see all the amazing achievements that will take place within these walls.
Now, Positively Carolina.
So typically, a drop-in visit by your boss is not really something that you want to see happen. But for kids in one Johnston County school, they loved every second of it.
Students at Riverwood Elementary got a surprise visit from the superintendent of Johnston County Schools and several other school leaders. The school district says these visits have become the norm as they work to encourage and support students to try and meet the district's goals, which is to have all schools obtaining a school letter grade of an A, B, or C by the end of the 2023-2024 school year. The district has only 8 schools left to meet that goal. And I feel bad saying this, but at their age, I would have had no idea who the superintendent was.
You know what? That's probably true.
I don't think I even knew the principal of the school until 3rd grade when I got sent for the first time.
It's also a good reason why you cannot be acting up in class, because you never know who's going to just drop by.
You just never know.
Works is such an awesome event for our 8th graders. As a former high school CTE teacher and now middle school principal, to be able to expose our 8th graders to an event like this and to possible careers that they may be interested in the future before they're looking at what classes they want to take in high school, it's so important.
It's imperative that we work with these students, we get them in, we train these students, and get them that career field in the future. And just the feel of everybody coming together for a wonderful event. Something that no one else is doing across the state, no other community college is doing. JCC is on the cutting edge of doing that.
8th grade is a pivotal year for students to begin exploring their careers. They are getting ready to enter high school, where they will select classes based on what they think they want to be when they grow up, and they really don't know. So this event is designed to give them experiences to help them think about, all the opportunities right here in Johnston County, what that educational pathway is, and what income potential might be.
We want to bring our young people up in this county and showcase what this county has to offer them once they move on with their educational path. I absolutely love the event personally. I tell everybody that comes to volunteer, you're gonna love it. You're gonna be exhausted when you get home, and you'll wanna come back and do it again the next day. And we do. We're thrilled to be a part of it every year.
It really did open my eyes on how many career paths I could choose to do.
and that there isn't just like a couple at the back of my head. I found out that I wanted to be in the medical field by the CTE program.
JOCA Works is a career expo for Johnston County Public School students, mostly for 8th graders who are about to enter high school and needing to make some decisions about what courses they take and what CTE career pathways, other electives, and core courses they want to take in high school. Our mission in career and technical education is that every Johnston County Public School student graduates with a plan for what they want to do after high school and the knowledge, skills, and aptitudes to make that a reality. This event plays a significant role in helping to achieve that mission.
Welcome back. We're in open session. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. Donovan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Tippett. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank y'all. Merry Christmas if I don't see any of you before then.